We are into the final 2 days of the Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. This is the big one today. It's the semi-finals, and we have the two teams here with us. The two team captains with us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. This is the business end of the tournament. Live from Malik Cricket Stadium here in Ajman. It's Fujairah versus Sharjah, the first semi-final. And the only semi-final. We've got a different format of this tournament this year. The top team goes through to the final. And this number 2 and number 3, which is Fujairah and Sharjah in this position, they will be playing the semi-final. Well, let's not waste any more time. Let's head down straight to the middle where we've got Asim Sheikh and Faizan, who's going to do the toss, and Asim will help him with the pitch report.
Of the Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. This is the big one today. It's the semi-finals, and we have the two teams here with us, the two team captains with us from Fujairah, which is going to be the home team. We have Mohammad Usman from Sharjah. We have Fayaz, who's back into the captaincy shoes, and of course the match referee with us, Mr. Iftikhar Ali. Fujairah being the home team will toss up the coin. Usman. Heads is the call.
Head it is.
Heads it is. Sharjah has won the toss. Fayaz, क्या डिसाइड करेंगे?
हम पहले बैटिंग कर रहे हैं.
रीजन?
विकेट अच्छा लग रहा है, हार्ड विकेट है, एक अच्छा टोटल देंगे, बड़ी गेम है, प्रेशर होता है चेस करने में.
ड्यू का फैक्टर आपको नहीं लगता आज होगा?
नहीं, क्योंकि पिछला मैच भी हम खेले तो कोई ऐसा ड्यू आई नहीं थी, तो इसलिए जो है तो पहले बैटिंग कर रहे हैं.
What about Usman Khan? You know, he's on a different level altogether these days.
नहीं, माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है वो. आज भी उसकी परफॉर्मेंस चाहिए. थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट बहुत अच्छा खेला है वो.
मोराल कैसा है टीम में, क्योंकि पिछला मैच इतने बड़े मार्जिन से आपने जीता था?
नहीं, माशाल्लाह लड़के सारे कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, इंशाल्लाह अच्छा खेलेंगे और जीतेंगे इंशाल्लाह.
सो आप बल्लेबाजी करने वाले हैं, श्योर अबाउट दैट?
इंशाल्लाह.
थैंक यू सो मच फैयाज. मोहम्मद उस्मान टॉस जीता होता तो क्या किया होता?
हम लोगों ने बॉलिंग करनी थी पहले.
बॉलिंग करनी थी पहले. उसका रीज़न?
उसका रीज़न ड्यू फैक्टर है, और सेकंड टाइम थोड़ा विकेट जो है थोड़ा बॉल होल्ड नहीं होता, स्ट्रेट हो जाता है, इसलिए.
ओके, सो आपको जो चाहिए था वो एक्चुअली मिल गया. मैं एक सवाल फैयाज से पूछ रहा था उस्मान के बारे में. कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट फॉर्म ऑल टुगेदर, प्लेइंग आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. सो क्या प्लान्स हैं?
बिल्कुल उसको हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे जितना जल्दी आउट कर सकें, ऊपर से कर लें, और अगर वो लंबा जाता है तो हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे उसको हम लोग खुला सिंगल या इस तरह कुछ दे दें कि वो स्ट्राइक पे कम आए.
कितना टोटल आपको लगता है चेस करना आसान रहेगा इस विकेट पर?
250 260 जो है हम लोग समझ रहे हैं कि इतना टोटल ये लोग कर सकते हैं.
Alright, all the best for today's game.
Thank you.
Well, that is the toss. The news from the middle is that Sharjah has won the toss and they have decided to bat first here on this hard wicket. And talking about the wicket, we have Asim Sheikh with us, and Asim is going to give us the pitch report, pitch analysis. Sharjah decided to actually bat first. You think it's a good idea on this wicket?
Well, I think the toss has gone in favor of both the teams, in my opinion. Back of the mind, I always had this looking at the team composition that Sharjah would want to bat first, knowing the fact that they have certain hiccups in terms of their chasing abilities. And as far as Fujairah is concerned, they have tons of experience coming through in their side, which actually enables them to have a better flow in terms of their run chase ability. So I think both the teams have got what they wanted to do. But as far as the wicket is concerned, Faizan, I think it's a very flat track again coming through on offer for us. But yes, there are certain wide cracks which are opened up. It's not going to open up very easily because it's very rolled in hard out here, and the spinners are definitely going to come in the ranks.
Usman said that he would want to restrict to around 260. You think it's a good idea? Can they do that with especially Usman Khan in such form?
Well, again, the big factor is for that total from being to 160 to a 320 is the Usman Khan factor. That is something which they'll have to have a plan against. And I think it's a big pressure game. You just can't pick a winner out of these two. It's just about who applies themselves better. If Sharjah is just relying on Usman Khan, then I think they are on the back foot already.
Well, as said by my expert for the pitch here, once again the news from the middle is Sharjah have won the toss and Fayaz has decided to bat first.
Thank you very much, Azam Sheikh and Faizan Khan. But the news from the center is that Sharjah has won the toss and they've decided to bat first. We got a special guest on the sidelines with Rashid Mohammed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the sidelines of the Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. We've got a special person right next to us. There has been some special performances in this tournament, but one that stands out. We've got Usman Khan, who made that record in this Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code, the all-important double 100, one of its kind. And Usman, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. पहले तो आपको बहुत अच्छा लगा. आपकी क्या सोच थी इस 200 के पीछे, पहले तो ये बताएं.
सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह पाक का शुक्र अदा करूंगा. कुछ भी नहीं राशिद भाई, जो नॉर्मल क्रिकेट खेलता हुआ आ रहा था वही मैंने अपनी सोची हुई थी कि वैसे ही खेलनी है, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि मेरी टीम को ये मैच जीतने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी था. तो मेरी कोशिश यही थी. मेरे कोचेज़ हैं, जो टीम स्टाफ है, कप्तान है, वो यही बोलता है कि दूसरे लड़के जैसे मर्जी खेलते हैं तो तूने 50 ओवर पूरे खेल के आने. और मैं कोशिश यही करता हूँ कि जितनी भी मैं क्रिकेट खेलूँ या जो भी मैं विकेट पे आऊँ, मेरी कोशिश यही होती है कि मैं 50 ओवर खेलूँ. तो जब आप 50 ओवर कंप्लीट खेलते हो, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि मेरे पास शॉट्स ज़्यादा हैं, तो मैं अगर विकेट पे टाइम गुजारूंगा तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि 100, 150, 200 में कर सकता हूं. तो मुझे अपने पे बिलीव होता है, तो मैं विकेट पे टाइम गुजारता हूं. तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है, डबल 100 किया मैंने.
माशाल्लाह, बहुत अच्छा डबल 100 किया. आप थोड़ा सा अपनी जर्नी के बारे में बताएं. आपने कैसे क्रिकेट के अंदर आए, कैसे आपको ये शौक पैदा हुआ और किसने आपको पुश किया?
सबसे पहले तो मैं अल्लाह पाक का शुक्र अदा करूंगा. मैंने जितनी भी क्रिकेट खेली है, आपको पता है कराची से क्रिकेट खेली है, पीसीसी मेरा क्लब है, तो मैं उधर से क्रिकेट डिस्ट्रिक्ट वगैरह में परफॉर्म करता था. आपको पता है कि नॉर्मल परफॉर्मेंस पे कोई भी आजकल के दौर में नहीं खिलाता. तो आप जब एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी परफॉर्मेंस करते हो तो फिर ही आपको कोई खिलाता है. तो कराची से काफ़ी क्रिकेट खेली, आजम भाई ने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया है. तो फिर कोयटा ग्लैडिएटर में खेलने का मौका मिला, तो उसमें मैंने पहले मैच में डेब्यू में 81 किया. तो फिर T10 यूएई में मैं आ गया. तो यूएई में मैं 3 साल हो गए हैं क्रिकेट खेल रहा हूँ. अल्लाह का शुक्र है, हर टूर्नामेंट में मेरी कोशिश होती है कि मैं बेस्ट प्लेयर बनूँ, बेस्ट प्लेयर ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट बनूँ. क्योंकि जब आप विकेट पे टाइम गुजारते हो या आप इतनी प्रैक्टिस करते हो तो फिर आपका माइंड भी बड़े सोच के लिए होता है. तो मेरा माइंड यही होता है कि जो भी टूर्नामेंट खेलूँ उसमें बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस दूँ. तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है, T10 खेला, PPL खेला, फिर अभी मुल्तान सुल्तान से खेला. तो काफ़ी मेहनत के साथ क्रिकेट भी अल्लाह का शुक्र है मिल रही है.
माशाल्लाह, बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं आप. और आखिरी सवाल आपसे, ज़्यादा देर आपको रखेंगे नहीं, मुझे ये बताएं कि आगे का क्या प्लान है? आप आगे के लिए क्या सोचा हुआ है आपने, कैसे अपने क्रिकेट को इम्प्रूव करेंगे?
आगे के लिए राशिद भाई मेरा यही प्लान है कि अब आप देखें कि D50 है, यूएई का सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है, तो इसमें भी मैंने परफॉर्मेंस दी है. तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि मेरा माइंड यही है कि मैं यूएई से खेलूँ. जैसे आपको पता है कि पाकिस्तान में भी यही मेरे से सवाल हुआ था कि आपका क्या माइंड है. तो मेरा माइंड यही है, मैं यूएई से क्रिकेट खेलूँ, जितनी जल्द मेरा टाइम कंप्लीट हो, मैं यूएई की टीम के लिए इतनी परफॉर्मेंस दूँ कि यूएई की टीम के लिए और ऊपरले लेवल के लिए जो हम क्वालिफायर राउंड खेलते हैं, ये हमें ना खेलना पड़े. हम बांग्लादेश है, अफ़गानिस्तान है, इन लोगों के साथ हम लोग पहले क्वालिफाइंग करें. तो मेरा माइंड सेट यही है, और जितनी मैं मेहनत करता हूँ अल्लाह पाक की ज़ात ग्राउंड में उसका सिला देती है.
बेशक, बहुत मेहनत करते हैं. ऑल द बेस्ट फ्यूचर के लिए. और बहुत अच्छा लगता है आपको रन करते हुए, देखते हुए. करते रहें ऐसे ही हम.
इंशाल्लाह राशिद भाई, इंशाल्लाह.
Thank you very much, Usman. That was Usman Khan, well, one of the prominent batters in this Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. Stay tuned. We've got a lot more action coming up. Till then, it's back to live action.
Thank you so much, Rashid. And that's the lineup for the big semi-final. Joining me in the com box is Azam Sheikh.
Thank you, Asghar. Two solid sides out there, and one name that definitely stands out in both the teams here. One, Sharjah, Usman Khan, the run machine of the team Sharjah. We have Khalid Shah, Ashwant Walthappa, Fayaz Ahmed, the skipper, Rizwan CP, Mohammad Nadeem, Kamaraman. We'll definitely have to see how Sharjah utilizes his services. Mohammad Azhar, who has been magnificent with the ball, the magician, Harsh Desai. Matiullah Khan has been really impressive with the new ball. Ataullah Ata. And quite surprising to see Mohammad Zahid not a part of the lineup there for Sharjah. And talking about Fujairah, one man, the skipper of UAE, is back into the side, Mohammad Wasim. You have Rohan Mustafa out there, the talented left-handed all-rounder. Salman Khan, Mohammad Usman, Asif Khan, Zuhaib Zubair, Zishan Abid, Farazuddin, Umair Ali Khan, Shehbaz Ali and Danish Qureshi. Looks a very, very formidable side there, Asghar.
Terrific. Both the teams are at full throttle today, and it's going to be interesting change. With the new ball, it's Umair Ali Khan who's taking the new ball from the pavilion end, and the openers are out there for Sharjah, winning the toss and batting first. How you make of the track, Asim? Early on, you were there.
Well, certainly it's a pretty hard track, pretty batting-friendly track. Yes, there are certain cracks which are opening up. It has widened up a bit compared to the previous games that we have seen. There is that texture of dryness which is there, wherein you can expect the spinners to come into and spin the ball, get some assistance in terms of the wicket having that horizontal movement coming through for the spinners. So that's something which is definitely going to be there. We have Umair Ali Khan who will start the proceedings here from Dubai end. And off the mark are Sharjah. That's been tucked around the corner by Khalid Shah. And to give him company is the run machine of Sharjah, Usman Khan.
He's been formidable. What a knock he played the other day, a couple of days ago. Double hundred in a 50 over is always special. All eyes are set on him. On the other hand, Mohammad Wasim, the UAE skipper, is available for Fujairah. Asif Khan is there. Ron Mustafa, Mohammad Usman. Plenty of depth and class there. We are really looking forward to a fantastic game of cricket this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. Fujairah is loaded with leaders out there in their team. That's been driven hard, and what a way to make his mark in the semi-finals. Usman Khan is off to a flyer. Gets a boundary in the very first ball, over-pitch delivery, and something that was supposed to be dispatched. Usman will definitely not take it easy.
Terrific start for Usman. Look at that front foot stride and that showing the maker's name on the ball. He started where he left off. What a shot to get off the mark, Usman Khan.
That was driven hard, straight to Farazuddin. He's a gun fielder. Someone the team would have definitely rely on in terms of providing some spectacular efforts in the field as well. Something going to be very crucial here. Off the back foot, cut away in the gap. That will be boundary. So boundaries galore here at the Malik Stadium. Usman looks very confident, roaring high. And why not? You've been the leading run scorer of the tournament.
He picks the length with great skill there. Just a little bit of width. And then he knows where the gaps are. Terrific start for Usman. Terrific start for Sharjah. He's the big fish. Look at that. Solid as a rock. Terrific stuff from Usman.
Well, he knows and he picks his lengths pretty nicely. Brilliant. He has that eye to the ball, attention to detail as to what the wicket is doing. And anything that deserves respect, he has given it. And that is a class shot. That wasn't a bad delivery in my opinion. It was just Usman Khan's class, pure class. And that has been driven handsomely. And what a start here coming in for Sharjah.
Again, look at the footwork. Leaning into the ball, head over the front knee, hitting through the line. That wasn't a genuine half volley. But mind you, the sort of form Usman is in, he is not going to let those go. 1 over gone. It's 13 for none for Sharjah.
Danish Qureshi, part of your team, and pretty surprising there, Asghar, to start with Umair Ali Khan. You would definitely want to test the batters initially when he doesn't get the ball to middle with those swing coming in play. you would definitely want to ask questions at the batters. And I was quite surprised with that move coming in, starting with Umair Ali Khan.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. When you have Danish Qureshi in your team, you got to give him that first over. These early nerves, and he has the ability and accuracy where he can move the ball, and he's a lot quicker than Umair Ali Khan. Making no mistake about the ability of Umair. Oh, that one is just on the front foot and picked over mid wicket for a boundary. These openers have come with a different intent this afternoon.
Well, I think they are just not getting that, taking that pressure of the semi-finals. All they are doing is just coming out and express themselves. Play your natural cricket. Come out and express yourself. Don't take the pressure of the finale. And that's how you try to drive performance out of your team by these statements, which gives them that sort of a confidence coming in from their skipper.
Absolutely. And Danish Qureshi is too good a bowler. I'm sure he's going to adjust his length early on. That wasn't that bad delivery, but Khalid is someone who takes his chances in that power play. Pretty much hangs on the back foot. That's a good delivery. Angled across. Yes, Umair Ali Khan is someone who's very valuable in that middle part of the innings and those death overs with all his variations and his cutters come in. But giving him the new ball, it just surprised me, as you said, because you're looking to set the tone. And here again, yes, Danish Qureshi is a fine bowler. You got to get a slip in. Although pitch looks good, batsmen are getting on the roll. But if one holds his line and you find that no slip there, bit surprising their tactics.
I was about to say that point of not having a slip in place. Tries to go big. He has connected it handsomely. And that'll go all the way for a maximum. Brilliant hitting here from Sharjah and Khalid Shah, taking Danish Qureshi down the ground for a maximum.
Well, Khalid Shah has different ideas. Look at that use of the feet. Danish Qureshi is slippery enough. It takes a lot of courage, guts to really get going. And using the feet, and despite that one, over long on for a majestic 6 here. What a start by Sharjah.
Well, Khalid Shah has started off from very left in the last game. 60-odd runs and 37 deliveries. Quick fire knock coming in, that magnificent total. High-scoring match there, especially from Sharjah's end. 353 runs, and he had contributed with that aggressive start. And we know what role Khalid Shah has in this side.
Very good delivery. Coming round the wicket, Asim, changing his angle. I think he has realized that coming round the wicket, just angling the ball into him, not allowing him that extra bit of room to swing his arms.
Well, absolutely. That's how you go about things, especially when against Khalid Shah. You just don't give him that room. And even if he doesn't get that room, he'll try to do something different. Try to swivel around in the crease, just make use of that popping crease there, shuffle in, go onto the back foot. That trigger movement comes in when Khalid Shah plays. You force him to do that.
That's a good delivery. Little bit of shape there. Started way wide off stump, his shape back into the left-hander. Talking about Khalid Shah, one thing I like about this boy, that he doesn't hang back. There's no half measures in his play. He has that conviction in his game, and he's been given that certain role in domestic cricket where he's not worried about his average, and the only thing is he wants to express and get off the team with a decent start, quick start.
Well, that's what I had this discussion with Khalid Shah the other day offline. He was pretty confident in terms of, when it is about shorter format games, he will just have one intent. And I happen to have this question, posed at him. How would you deal with things, especially when it comes to 50 overs? And he was pretty hesitant in terms of, well, I have this double-minded approach. How do I go about business? And apparently he agreed that he should go about with the same intent how he bats in the shorter format game. Just go about, with your natural instincts.
It makes lots of sense. What a shot! Up and over, backward point. It was a big effort there from Farazuddin, but that went like a tracer bullet. What a start here.
Well, I think they are just putting them under pressure. I think just a bit late to react, but that was a good effort there from Farazuddin. 2 overs gone, 27 for no loss.
Well, there's a bowling change. Shabaz Ali has been introduced into the attack after that expensive over of Omar Ali Khan. He's in really good form. He bowled a brilliant spell against that Abu Dhabi side in the last game. Asim, well, they might need Ron Mustafa to come on to the attack early. With different tactics from Sharjah, you got to counter that as well.
I think you'll have to start thinking ahead of the game. Yes, Sharjah has shown intent, what they want to do in this game. They have started positively. You have understood what their mindset is and how cleanly they're striking the ball. Usman will definitely have to think out of the box, get his plan B, C, D, E, whatever it is, get in place now.
What I shot that one from Usman. Yeah, Asim, he just looks like he's having a solid net. He's not playing in the middle. He's in that good a form. Look at that. Work with the wrist, pass mid-on for another boundary.
Well, he's a player of a different level, in my opinion. The first time that I saw, the first game that he played in UAE, after he came into the country in the domestic circuit, he played for Future Mattress. The first game he played was against us, and he scored a magnificent 140. We didn't know what to do. Wherever he was being bowled, he kept hitting us for boundaries and sixes, and it was just out of a syllabus question for us.
Well, certainly he's a different class altogether. Look at that. Showing respect whenever there's a good delivery ball at him. And the bowlers have got their work cut out this afternoon. Which looks a belter to me, Asim. 340, 350 on the cards, especially if Usman stays in.
Oh, certainly. They would be eyeing for something big here because you can't underestimate a side like Fujairah. Because you have to get players out in their team. There is Salman, there is Asif Khan, there is Rohan Mustafa, there is Mohammad Wasim. With every wicket that you take, you have to have a bigger task in front of you or get the next man out.
Well, you just look at their depth. One of the games, most probably Shabaz Ali coming at 9, and he's played under you. At one time, he was one of the best all-rounders and a batting all-rounder and a genuine all-rounder. He used to bat at the top of the order for IGM and get runs against any opposition in UAE. So that's the depth we are talking about.
Well, he has played as a floater throughout. He started as an opener with us, opening the bowling, opening the batting, the Neil Johnson effect, for Interglobe Marine. And then he kept floating his position in terms of his batting order. And he's been very consistent as well, at one point of time. Just trying to decide that, yes, I need more chances up the order, trying to have more batting time. And with the kind of depth this team had, unfortunately then started playing for TVSL.
Looking to cut that one. And I think this sort of onslaught from Sharjah will bring the best out of Fujairah as well. Because the bigger players at the bigger stages, they tend to rise to the occasion. I think Mohammad Wasim later on this afternoon, if 340 on the board, oh my words, we will be sitting, we got great entertainment. Look at Asif Khan, that will bring the best out of them. Come on, this one more game, one more big innings. That sort of atmosphere, I just got that feel of this game is setting up to heading towards that way.
Certainly, it's just about a battle between different match winners here. You have Asif Khan, Mohammad Wasim, Rohan Mustafa, Usman, Fayaz Ahmed for that matter. Oh, that has been sliced over Mohammad Wasim. That's going all the way for a boundary. This is excellent onslaught here coming in from Sharjah. And Khalid Shah, he moves on to 19 of 9 deliveries. 36 for no loss after 3.
Well, Danish Qureshi certainly is going to continue, and I think this is the right move. You got to stick with your best bowler, although that onslaught is going on, but you got to back Danish Qureshi, and that's what Mohammad Usman has done. straight to point, no run there.
Asghar, very crucial would be if wicket has nothing to offer, you have to start applying a different plan altogether, which is if Usman is pretty comfortable playing in a strong zone, try to pack that area, get a catching fielder in that position, and try to pepper him to play those shots. One of those error in his shot selection would definitely pay a dividend for Fujairah. The wicket has nothing to offer whatsoever for the fast bowlers out here. It's looking pretty flat, pretty easy to bat on.
Great point there, Asim. Certainly, that's a very good delivery. The in-swinger, full length, nicely played. That's where the captaincy comes into play, where you have that innovation. And I think Mohammad Wasim has spotted something. He's there at short cover. Maybe something slower from Danish Qureshi. Asks Usman to just drive and get a uppish catch somewhere. That's where the real captaincy come in. You got to come with different plans. And Usman is that big a wicket. Even if the bowler leaks some runs, you try to buy his wicket because he's that dangerous player. He's going to get 150 again if you allow him to just bat.
Well, I would rather be in a position to compromise a few boundaries in a strong area for Usman and keep peppering him to play those shots. Get a short extra cover fielder in a catching position. Get a extra cover fielder right at the edge of the circle. Force him to play those cover drives. He likes playing those cover drives because there is nothing on offer in terms of the horizontal movement whatsoever. So a slip would definitely not be the wisest option. Rather, you play a bit unorthodox in terms of your field positioning. Go a bit attacking in terms of where he's actually going after the bowling.
Well, excellent reading of the game. He's been captain for IGM for a long time. One of the best cricket brains Asim Sheikh I have saw playing alongside him and against him. Wonderful brain, smart operator. Danish Qureshi, he needs to be smart as well. Nicely worked away by Usman. They got to come up with some sort of plan to dislodge Usman.
Well, certainly we had this discussion off air. The fact of getting likes of Rohan Mustafa in, maybe I wouldn't over-express or expose Rohan Mustafa or my spinning options very early on to the innings. Maybe for an over or two just to see what approach Usman has or Khalid has against that bowler. But I would not, expose them right at the beginning because I would want to have them to have that cushion of the fielding, being spread out. That's a very good delivery.
Khalid was looking to pull that one. Square leg is back. Danish Qureshi just banging that one in short. Yes, sometime in a situation like that, you go good delivery. Followed him. In a situation like this, you want maybe an over of somebody like Rohan Mustafa to just come on and see the batsman what intentions they have.
Well, absolutely. And just cutting that topic off here, Asghar. The ball that took off the previous one, there are certain patches for the left-handers from this end where they will be put under trouble, where the ball can rise, that sudden bounce may come in and can disturb them. Oh, that was a nothing shot there from Khalid Shah that could have gone ahead and disturbed the timbers, but I think he's still lucky to survive there, going with his instincts, taking a step forward, just completely missing that ball. 4 overs gone, 37 for no loss.
Shahbaz Ali will continue from the pavilion end. Bowling to Usman Khan. Looking to use his feet. Look at the confidence he has. That is a different class of Usman. Stepping out to someone like Shahbaz.
Well, it's a true wicket here. I think he's just taking advantage of that, believing in that. There is a lot to offer here. A batter can only get out because of his own mistake, poor shot selection. That is where he can give his wicket away. Other than that, there's not much to offer here for the bowlers. We'll definitely want to see how spinners come into play. Looks a pretty drier surface where the ball can do some talking for the spinners. A lot better delivery, forcing him to play towards the square leg area where he has positioned a fielder, and forcing an error out of Usman Khan. But I think a very good comeback here from Fujairah, especially the kind of length which Shahbaz Ali is hitting. Yes, he went for a boundary in the previous over, but I think that wasn't a very convincing looking shot by Khalid Shah.
Absolutely. You know, you are kept to him, Shahbaz Ali. He's very skitty. He reminds me of someone like Abdul Razak. He hits the deck hard and he's onto your bat a lot quicker than most people think. I think he will definitely test Usman somewhere, that quick bouncer, try to get it high above his shoulder and ask him to hook that one.
Well, absolutely. I think you'll have to just bowl with those cross seam as well, which can give you that extra couple of inches in terms of the vertical rise. And if that comes through, I think Fujairah can definitely come out and stand tall against this mighty Sharjah side. I think it's the battle of match winners out here.
Battle of champs, I would say.
One team that has really impressed us is the one that is sitting right in the finale, watching these two, who is going to come and face them. Ajman, they have definitely taken us from surprise. But a team that has actually gelled in pretty well together as one unit. They have played for each other. They have played for that one name on the chest. And that's exactly why they have found success.
Terrific combination there for Fujairah. Slow bouncer, that's beautifully bowled by Shahbaz. That's one thing you will see with Shahbaz as well. He's going to mix his length with odd cutter as well.
Well, certainly. Also a few discussions happening there. You know, funny banter. And they were all prepared for this big game, big clash between Fujairah and Sharjah, who goes through the finals. Well, Sharjah was just keen on getting the wicket of Asif Khan. They know how big of a player he is, especially in such big occasions. They just want him. The rest, they think that they can manage to get it.
Well, look at that.
It's like how they have Usman Khan, an achievement. His wicket definitely would cut down at least 60, 70 odd runs.
But often how many times you have seen when the focus shift to one particular player, someone else surprises you on that day.
Well, at times what happens is you keep on focusing on that player to get him out. He doesn't get out, he scores runs. There is one thing. The other thing is that you might get his wicket away, and then there is definitely an out-of-question syllabus that someone else comes out and performs. It's cricket. It's very dynamic. That's one of the reasons why they say there is no thumb rule or a formula to find success. Meanwhile, that's on the onside. You'll have to wait for the signal of the umpire. Looks like it's off the pads there. And they'll manage to come back for 2. That will be the end of 5, 39, in fact 41 for no loss. Danish Qureshi here, and bowled a shorter delivery, trying to test Khalid Shah. And joining me in the comm box, it's going to be Mohammad Rashid. Welcome, Rashid. Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Asim. Thank you very much. The semi-final, well, we're at the business end of the tournament, and what a start this is for Sharjah, winning the toss. 41 runs on the board, both the openers still out there. That'll be a little bit of pressure on Team Fujairah, I think. That was a good delivery from Danish Qureshi. A short pitch delivery trying to test Khalid Shah.
Well, he tested, definitely, but just not impressed with the way he ducked the ball with the bat up in the air. Cracking square drive there from Khalid Shah on the offside and gets a boundary. It was full delivery from Danish Qureshi and he has been taken for runs here. Not a very good delivery. It was over-pitched and making full use of that. That trigger movement of Khalid Shah just gives him that extra fraction of second to decide on what shot he has to play. Cracking shot.
Absolutely wonderful there. And the pattern has been set, I think, from Team Sharjah. Roles have been defined quite well. Khalid Shah is going to be the aggressor. Usman Khan is going to play the anchor role. He's going to get set in like he did in the previous game and then go for that big 100 or the double 100. He's got a record in this tournament. What a fine performance that was from the man from Pakistan, making his intent quite clear. And while I was at the sidelines, he was telling me that he's looking at another big score in this tournament. So watch out for Usman Khan at the other end. Meanwhile, it's Khalid Shah down the leg side. Not a good delivery. Danish Qureshi is under the pump now. 19 runs off his 2.2, 20 with that wide. So that's a lot of pressure on Danish Qureshi and Team Fujairah. Nobody has actually put a lot of pressure on them throughout this tournament, I think. And Fujairah now with the inclusion of the UAE national side skipper, Mohammad Wasim, they were looking a lot more confident. But with this start, I think that has been negated, that extra bit of confidence.
Well, I think they would have expected this sort of an approach to come through, especially when Fayaz won the toss, elected to bat first. I think a fair bit of idea would have definitely come through their mind is that they're going to play a positive brand of cricket, and that's exactly what they've started with. Just trying to put some pressure on in the power play overs, and with Khalid Shah opening the innings, you don't know the second way about going about in terms of your attacking cricket. He is definitely going to go after the bowlers. He's played pretty well, 24 of 14 deliveries for Khalid, and they've got that start that they were looking out for.
Oh, he's the tone setter for the Sharjah unit, but a lot of credit must be given to how Usman Khan started off the innings. He played the first over and he got, I think, more than 2 boundaries in that over. That set the tone. That pushed Team Fujairah onto the back foot, and after that, they haven't made a comeback. They're desperately looking to break this partnership and get that first wicket, which they haven't been able to do so far. So I think that it has been a good kind of switch between roles. Usman Khan started off aggressively, then he understood that he's put pressure on the bowlers, he's calmed down, he's changed gears and handed over the responsibility to somebody like Khalid Shah, who's settled in, and now he's going after the bowlers, where meanwhile Usman Khan is just feeding strike to him.
Well, certainly, and Usman Khan hasn't been fed in the zone that he was being fed in the first 2 overs. They have understood what channels to bowl at him. They've tried to pull their length back and try to bowl the short of good length areas. And forget about the swing. They say, we are not looking for that swing. We just want him to keep silent. That's exactly what we're talking about. Good length, short of good length. Try to force him to, make a shot out of it if he wants to get a boundary.
Oh, absolutely. They'll have to come back with a plan, especially against somebody like Usman Khan. Try to keep him down, build that pressure. He's temperamentally very strong. He's got a very strong head on those 2 shoulders, and he's going to use that to full potential, especially in this game being the semi-final and a very important game. So for Fujairah's sake, they'll need to think of a plan where he makes a mistake, and to induce that mistake, they'll have to think out of the box. Right. Otherwise, he's just going to do that. He's going to block the deliveries on the stumps, and he's going to take his time.
Very well said. If you keep him away from boundaries, that will play on his patience level, because he's someone who likes to hit those boundaries very regularly, very frequently, and if he doesn't get that, he gets a bit iffy about things, and that's exactly what Fujairah wants to do here with the experienced campaigners like Mohammad Usman, Asif Khan, Rohan Mustafa, Wasim. They would definitely be feeding a lot of information about Usman to the bowlers, that this is where you don't need to bowl.
Oh, certainly. That will be one of the plans for sure. And he's gone for that big hit, pitched up delivery. He's not going to hold back. That's the kind of deliveries he's waiting for. Excellent short over covers. And all that pressure that was being built in this over by Danish Qureshi, that has been released.
That length with that pace is going to be bread and butter for Usman Khan. Look at that. Up his drive. He's definitely not going to hold himself back. He's going to play positive cricket. Just don't feed him delivery. 6 gone, 51 for no loss.
Well, looks like no change in the bowling. It's going to be Shehbaz Ali to come in from the pavilion end. He's given away 11 runs in 2 overs. And that last delivery of the previous over, Danish Qureshi trying his best to pick up a wicket on and to induce that fall shot. He pitched it up to, and then it was all Usman Khan hitting it over covers for a boundary. 51 on the board. What a way to reach your half century. The team half century rather, and testing Khalid Shah with that short delivery will be given as one for the over. So another point I feel, Asim, is that you rightly mentioned that cut down on those boundaries and try to put a lot of pressure on Usman Khan, but I feel that can work against somebody like Khalid Shah, who's very iffy with the boundaries. He needs those boundaries, but Usman Khan is a player who has the ability to pick up singles. And as an opener, once you have that ability, you become very confident. That you can always, when you get a good ball as well, you can just play down the ground or maneuver around to pick up a single. If they can cut down those singles, I think more than the boundaries, that's when the pressure will come on somebody like Usman Khan. But for Khalid Shah, like you mentioned, cut down on the boundaries and he will play. He will try to produce a shot which is not there.
Well, just coming back to the same point that we've touched here, what we have seen happen in the first 5 overs is that even from Usman's end, those singles are just not coming through. It's just those boundaries which have been fed into his strong zone. That's where he's just pouncing onto the opportunity and trying to get runs. And if you don't feed him in that zone, that is where he might as well try to invent a shot by stepping down the track. He might as well get into that trap by if they are not feeding him those deliveries to hit those boundaries.
Well, I feel that as much as we've seen him in the recent past, Usman Khan is somebody who will just rely, he's very temperamentally, if you see him, he's very strong. He's got that ability to soak all the pressure, even if you don't let him hit those boundaries. But the singles, I feel he's somebody who relies more on singles, builds the inning, and at the moment he's feeding as much strike as possible to Khalid Shah. Now he's faced 3 dot balls, and I can tell you with prior experience that he's going to go and produce one shot that can work either in his favor or can go against him.
Well, nothing has gone against them as far as the proceedings are concerned. 51 for no loss. Things are going pretty much in favor of Sharjah here. But again, as you said, it's a long format game. There's a lot of overs to go, 33.5 overs to go. You have to bat out really well to get to that big total. They just don't keep coming. You need to get them. Again, a very good delivery. Good bumper from Shehbaz Ali. You have the leeway of bowling 2 in the over. So I think he's just trying to unsettle him, force him an error. I think that's exactly what an experienced campaigner like Shehbaz can offer you in this game.
Oh, absolutely. That was a very good delivery to Khalid Shah, looking around his shoulder for the signal for the second one of the over. Wasn't given, so he's got one more chance to do that. It's been a brilliant over so far from Shehbaz. 4 dot balls on the trot and putting pressure on Khalid Shah. You can expect one of those big shots coming in very soon. But I feel that Khalid Shah needs to settle down. He needs, even if they play out this over as a maiden, they still have that's runs on the board. Slower delivery, and that's been played very sensibly towards the deep third. They will pick up a single, and this is good work from Khalid Shah. This is a newer version, like I call him. The other day, he was playing a brilliant knock, and I said Khalid Shah this is 2.0, and he did mention to one of our colleagues as well that after his marriage has been settled, and he's had that thought about being very consistent with the bat as well.
Well, that's just a mere coincidence, I believe. Additional responsibilities. And he's just trying to have that responsible approach on the field as well. Good delivery. Again, keeping it back off length to Usman Khan, just forcing him to play that pull on the square. But he has a different plan altogether. 7 gone, 53 for no loss.
Change the bowling then. First time it's going to be Rohan Khan who'll be coming in from the far end. This is a good move, I feel. He's a kind of bowler who puts a lot of pressure on the batters. He hurries through the overs. And somebody like Usman Khan likes to take his time. So this will be a good battle within a battle.
Not sure if the pressure would be on the batter or the fielders. Pressure is two-way. Definitely the fielders would definitely be very, very alert, cautious about balls coming to them. And that's the kind of cricket you need to be playing on competitive level.
Oh, absolutely. And with a semi-final, two of the strongest teams, it's all about nerves, isn't it? It just comes down to who holds their nerves better, who performs at the right time, who picks the deliveries well, who bowls in the right channels more consistently, longer format. You have more time to think, you have more time to adjust your game. So this has been a brilliant over, I feel, so far. And Rohan Mustafa is that kind of a character who will put a lot of pressure on you, will hurry through, and then he'll ask you to produce shots, invent new shots, and that's when he can really strike.
Well, the other day, after the semi-finals in Sharjah, I happened to have this discussion with Usman that, just trying to give him that spark that Rahul Chopra or the players are actually, stepping up in terms of the total runs that they've scored in the D50. And he has gone down in terms of the numbers. He said, I don't worry about players going above me. I'm definitely going to catch them up. I have that confidence in my batting that no one is going to take that upper hand in terms of being the leading run scorers. I will definitely bounce back and get runs. And immediately the next game, 200 on board.
There you go. He's that kind of a player who's got a lot of confidence. Meanwhile, good over coming from Rohan Mustafa. Only one run of it. 8 done, 54 for no loss.
Yeah, Abhi Rohan.
It's going to be Shahbaz Ali to continue. He bowled a brilliant last over. And things have started to settle down for Team Fujairah. They've made that comeback into this game. They've put a lid on the scoring rate with Rohan Mustafa coming in, giving him just one run in the over. Shahbaz in the previous over gave away a couple of runs. So I think this has been a good slide of 3-4 overs coming in from Fujairah.
Well, look at that, the run rate. They were screaming around 12, 13 and 0 in the first 3 overs. And then from there on, Fujairah has understood what sort of channel they need to stick to just keep them calm. That's exactly what they have done. Look at the score now, 9th over in progress, 54. They've just slightly above 6 and over. Brilliant delivery. Now, Usman, he was taken by surprise because he wanted to go big. He was not getting those singles or those boundaries. Tried to invent a shot, and that was dug in short. Very quick from Shahbaz Ali. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, that was a very good delivery. Oh, that was very quick. That will sting. He's called for some medical attention. This is not good news for Team Sharjah. He's one of their more key batters. He's the stalwart of this batting lineup. And he's been hit hard, let me tell you. That was a quick delivery from Shahbaz Ali. We'll just have to wait and see how bad this injury is. He looks in a lot of pain there. But that magic spray normally does the job for you. We'll just have to wait and see how this affects his batting in this game today. Well, normally a very confident player, and he likes to play the pull shots, which is why I think he came down. Didn't want to duck. He wanted to play it, but then because the ball was as quick as it was, it didn't get his bat to the ball in time.
I feel that he stepped out a fraction early, where Shahbaz Ali had got that chance to pull his length back even more, and that's exactly what he did, and he invited himself trouble. Just about those fraction of seconds. Had he done that slightly, held himself back, he could have got that in the way he wanted.
Oh, absolutely. And plus, with Shahbaz Ali, relying more on the back of length deliveries. I think that wasn't a very good choice to, step down, like you mentioned, a little bit earlier than he normally does, which allowed Shahbaz to pull the length a bit more than what he normally does. And that is the reason why he's got that on his shoulder, and it looks like that must be really painful there.
Well, what would be the discussion here? Rohan Mustafa has a smile on his face. Guess what? I think you must be suggesting him, why don't you go out?
Oh, look at that. That was flush on his shoulder. And straight away that hand goes to his shoulder. Normally he's a very strong character. Doesn't show his injuries, but on that occasion that must have stung.
Well, that would have given shocks, immediate shock. Because that's a part of your body wherein you just can't. That's a immediate reaction that comes through.
Correct. That current that comes in when you get hit on your elbows is the same kind of current you get on your shoulders as well.
A lot more painful than that. A lot more painful than that, because that sticks around, and that leads to a lot of numbness that comes through in your shoulders. You just don't feel your hands rotating. It's the experience out there with the physio has come out.
We just hope it's not as bad as we think it is, and that magic spray works its magic. Meanwhile, coming back to Rohan Mustafa, well, I can tell you off air what he might be suggesting, because he's a jolly character. He'll give you a mouthful in these situations as well. Well, let's have a look at the highlights of what has preceded so far. It was a brilliant start, Umar Ali Khan, and he was trying to extract that swing ball, pitch it up to Usman Khan, and that first over he set the tone. And after that, Khalid Shah, well, he didn't look back. Anything pitched up to him, and look at that. That was one of the most brilliant shots. Over long on for a maximum. That was a chance, but it was fiercely hit. So some of the shots that they have played will have been of deliveries which have been pitched up to them, and they were trying to extract that swing, make them play a false shot and pick up a wicket. But as soon as that didn't work, that has been a very good comeback from Team Fujairah. They've crawled their way back into this game, and they've realized that anything pitched up is going to go out of the ground. So might as well stick with back on length deliveries.
Well, clear strategy there from Sharjah is that let them swing the ball, let them pitch it up, we'll swing our bats and get boundaries. And the moment they have started to pull their length back, there have been, a very silent approach coming in from Sharjah. They've held themselves back, and that is a good plan and good reaction to a change in strategy from the bowling side. You react to that and play a positive brand of cricket, and just don't get carried away in terms of hurrying to get those boundaries.
Certainly, it's about the longer format. Well, the good news from the centre is that Usman Khan is on his feet alongside Khalid Shah, and these two have stitched in a very good partnership for Team Sharjah, who are going strong at 55 for no loss after 8.2. Meanwhile, Fujairah still on the lookout for that first breakthrough. And I feel Usman Khan will have to restart his innings now. Take a guard. He's on 25 of 30. Khalid Shah 26 of 20. Brilliant start coming in. There have been quite a bit of extras in this innings. 4 of them so far. And Team Fujairah, meanwhile, that'll be a confidence booster for somebody like Shahbaz Ali, who's bowled really well. He'll be up against Khalid Shah. And now I think after this break, it's always the case where the batting team needs to restart their innings, that concentration level needs to come back. So this can be a chance for the bowling side to make that impact straight away.
Maybe an early drinks break there for Sharjah and Fujairah to get some breather. I hope Usman is out of that shock there. Impact was that was quick. It's taken by surprise. And how many times have we seen these strategic timeouts, these breaks, these intervals, these injury breaks have gone against the batting side. They have to reconstruct the entire innings now. Forget about those 8 overs that have gone. You just have to start from zero. Build a fresh new partnership, as they say.
There's something going on. Usman Khan is not looking comfortable. He's definitely lost his concentration. He's just probably just walking back. We'll just have to wait and watch what the news from the center is. At the moment, this is not very good signs for Team Sharjah. Doesn't look comfortable. The physio is making his way to the middle and probably wants to have a chat with Usman. Doesn't look comfortable at all. That left shoulder, look at that. It's just hanging in the air for Usman.
Well, he just can't lift it up and keep it straight. I think that's a worrying sign here for Sharjah. And looks like he's going to be retired hurt. The Sharjah fans would definitely be hoping that he has that sort of a rehab within the game. He comes back to bat if at all Sharjah loses a wicket here. But that makes way for Kamarawan. This will be a very important phase of the game here for Fujairah in particular.
Oh, that's where he got hit. Look at that flush on the shoulder. That must have hurt quite a bit. And it's quite evident that it's really shaken him up. And good move coming from Usman Khan, making sure if he's not 100%, just walk out and retire yourself. You've got the ability to make a comeback.
Well, he has a lot of cricket, to follow. And one thing that he would not want to risk is a spot in the finale. If a fitter player can come out and deliver a lot better, he's giving them an opportunity. And moreover, in my opinion, he has stepped out to feel better so that he can come out when they lose a wicket.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, not a good delivery to somebody who's just walked out there. A low full toss on the pads, and Kamarawan just sticks it towards the onside square leg, clears it up. Will be a single to get him off the mark. 57 runs rather. They haven't lost a wicket, but they've got one man who's walked back, and that's Usman Khan. Worrying signs, not very good signs as a spectator, as a fan for Team Sharjah, but it is what it is. You need to take those and get on with the game. Now it's up to the others to raise their hands and play a good knock in this all-important semi-final, get their team into the finals.
Certainly. An opportunity for Kamarawan as well to prove every worth. Yes, he's been amongst the runs in the domestic circuit. That's a cracking shot here from Khalid Shah. Shahbaz Ali sticking to that short pitch delivery. Not well directed in my opinion. Had a lot of width on offer there, Khalid Shah. Just making sure he had played it to perfection.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that. Short delivery. Slightly shorter than what he normally bowls. And Khalid Shah was anticipating that. Look at that. Makes room for himself. And he's a very strong player through the square areas. Getting himself a boundary. Now it's up to Khalid Shah to make sure that he plays the senior statesman's role, builds this partnership with somebody like Kamarawan, and gets a good start, good total for Team Sharjah.
Well, a very good opportunity to prove why he can even play the longer format game as a batter. That's been played towards the third. Single to finish. 9 overs gone, 62 for no loss.
It's going to be Rohan Mustafa to continue. Just bowled 1 over so far. Gave away just 1 run. So This has been an excellent comeback. Now that they haven't been able to break the partnership, but they've got one new man in the middle. They can put pressure on Kamarawan. Khalid Shah on the other end. He can be put under pressure. Somebody like Rohan Mustafa, who breaks the ball away from the left-hander, he can really produce that magical delivery to get his wicket. Look at that, good delivery and respected by Khalid Shah, getting onto the front foot, defending it. Normally doesn't like to defend too many deliveries.
Well, Rohan has a different trajectory for different formats of the game. In 10-over format, he bowls differently. In 20 overs, he bowls differently. In 50 overs, if you see the length that he bowls, the pace at which he bowls is relatively a lot different. And that speaks about you adapting to different formats pretty nicely.
Oh, he's a class act. He's been around for such a long time, very experienced, one of the more experienced players in the UAE national side, and that is one of the reasons why he's been so successful. Meanwhile, this has been played up Ashley, and that's gone all the way for a maximum. 6 more runs to Khalid Shah.
Khalid Shah beautifully picked up there. Have a look, it was in the arc, and he did not hesitate to go after the experienced statesman Rohan Mustafa. That was meant to be dispatched, and he got under that one and played a brilliant shot.
Oh, that'll put pressure on Rohan Mustafa. Doesn't like to be hit for boundaries, let alone maximums on that occasion. Just a tad bit fuller. Once again, this is full, but this has been played up Ashley over the fielder's head. Will not have the legs to go all the way, but they'll come back for a couple of runs quick. And he's made it, I think. That's been referred to the match referee, the third umpire rather. And we'll have to wait and see what the decision is. But I think he's made it at the end.
Good
First impact.
Looks like he's made it. Even the keeper wasn't confident enough. Oh, yes, absolutely. He's made it pretty comfortably. And the appeal itself spoke a lot about it. 70 for no loss after 9.4. Pretty solid start here for Sharjah. They haven't lost a wicket, but yes, they've lost a player in the form of Usman Khan because of an injury. He's retired hurt himself. And that's one of the reasons why we see Qamar Awan out there.
They're giving a lot of assistance, I can see from here in the player dugout. There are a lot of people around Usman Khan trying to get his injury to work around. Meanwhile, end of the over with that dot ball. 10 overs done. And 70 for no loss for Team Sharjah at the moment. Khalid Shah batting brilliantly. 40 of 28. Kamarawan has just walked into the middle. 1 of 1 for him. Zishan Abid, he's the wicket keeper for Team Fujairah. Very fit Zishan Abid. And joining me is another fit man in the com box. The face of the com box. We've got Faizan Khan. Welcome to the com box. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you as well, Rashid, and thank you. That seems like sarcastic, though, somehow. I don't know why. Coming from you, it always is sarcastic, though. What a good phase of play we've had in the first 10 overs. This is absolutely gripping, amazing to watch. Good wicket to bat on, Sharjah deciding to bat first, and everything has unfolded the way that Sharjah would have wanted, minus that injury, of course, to Usman Khan. And I think it was a very wise decision for Usman to actually go back to the dugout. Umair Ali Khan continues outside edge for Qamar Awan. Third man is in place. It's going to be a single to start the 11th over with. It's 10.1 gone, 71 without loss. But, Khalid Shah, we especially need to talk about him because we've been talking about Usman for his double century and for all the antics that he has had in this tournament. He's had 2 centuries, 1 double, 100, and a big 100 at that, 140 plus. But Khalid Shah, the way he played in the first game, the last game that is, he set the tone for the side. And today as well, coming out all guns blazing, and he hasn't made a single mistake. So he's playing very solidly as well.
We're talking about mistakes. Salman making a mistake and he's not happy. Probably the sun just coming directly into his eye. That could have been one of the reasons why he's missed out on a straightforward ball which was coming to him at pace. But look at that. Yeah, probably the sun. Not able to view it nicely. But you're absolutely right, Faizan. When you talk about Khalid Shah, he's somebody who's reinvented himself. He's a Khalid Shah 2.0 for me. And what a comeback he's made. What a difference he's making to this innings, to this game for Sharjah. Not to this game in particular, but as soon as he was slotted into the opening position, he was playing on a different number in the first few games in the tournament. And as soon as he's come to the opening slot, I think he's come home. And he's felt very comfortable on that position. And he's been delivering, setting the tone, not letting pressure creep up to somebody like Usman Khan, let him settle down. And that, I think, is why this is a team game, and this is why it is a game of 11 players.
It's all about partnerships when you're on the ground, or in the comm box for that matter. And these two have gelled well together. The way they talk, Usman going to Khalid Shah after a false shot, and he's done that more than once in the last 2 games. Outside the off-stump, nicely played, waited for it, straight to the fielder, unfortunately. Targeting that vacant third-man region. Short third man inside the circle there. So I think they have complemented each other well. And your partner can give you a lot of support as well. If someone at the other end can come and tell you, go for it, I am there, I'll handle things from the other end, that gives you a lot of confidence. And I think this is exactly what happened with Khalid. And you guys have been talking about the fact that how you talked to him after the match. We'll continue about that. That's the end of the over. Good one from Umair Ali Khan after the first disastrous over that he bowled. Just 3 of it. It's 11 overs gone, 73 without loss. Rohan continues. This one has been tucked around the corner. Qamar Awal looking for that single. I'm told he's in supreme form for domestic cricket in the UAE these days. And possibly that is the reason why no Fayaz at number 3. And we saw Qamar Awal. Maybe Pavilion, a left-hander would have replaced him. But because it was a right-hander, I think that is the reason why Qamar Awal has come up the order. It's a long game. It's a very, very long game. That's a solid start. You just don't want to throw it away. Brilliant bowling from Rohan Mustafa.
Absolutely.
I am not able to complete a sentence and he has bowled 3 balls. Amazing pace from him.
Well, you can never have a conversation when Rohan Mustafa is bowling or talking. He likes to take center stage.
High five to that.
I'll expect a call if he listens to all of this. But he's a jolly character. He's a team man. Likes to play the game. Really enjoys himself. And that'll be the end of the over. A maiden. And in just 5 seconds, we've been done with the over number 12. 73 for no loss.
Great comeback from Fujairah in the last few overs. They were going at 8 apiece in the first 5. And since then, it's been a lull. And that's a courtesy, some great bowling coming in from Fujairah. They've pulled things back. They understand they've changed plans. Asim was talking about the fact, bring your plan B, C, D, E. And I think whatever plans they've come with are working for them. Outside the off stump, this is beautifully hit. It was hit over extra cover. I thought for a moment he was going for the long off, but then he just used his wrists and hit it through the covers. Beautifully done. 4.
Excellent shot with and Fuller. And with those kind of combinations, Khalid Shah is not going to hold back. Beautiful shot. Earns himself 4 runs, gets to 45. We've been talking about Khalid Shah. And he's been superb. And reminds me of that partnership between Fakhar Zaman and Azhar Ali in that Champions Trophy final where Fakhar Zaman was the aggressor. He was talked about always getting those good starts and everything. And on that particular match, I think he was struggling. And that's when Azhar Ali came to his rescue, hit those shots, took away all the pressure for him. And this is what I feel about Khalid Shah as well. Look at that. Excellent shot. That's in the gap. 1 bounce. And will run away towards the boundary. Beautiful shot. And that will take him to 49.
Amazing shot. It was a slog, make no mistake about that. But whenever Khalid slogs, I think he goes for it full Monty. And that is the good thing about his batting. And in the last 2-3 matches that he's played, he's found the gaps to perfection as well. He's on 49 very quickly of just 35 deliveries. That's amazing batting from him. And again was gearing for a big shot, changed his shot just at the last moment. So we all were talking about Asim was there and he was talking about, how Khalid Shah after the match was saying that he is a little tentative when it comes to 50 over cricket. And he told me that Usman gave him a lot of clarity on that. And that is why I say cricket is all about partnerships. Be it on the ground, be it in the combox. You were there when we were talking about that fact.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's what good players do to each other. And that's why it is a game of team players. Let's get back to that team playing and the combinations after this over. It's 13, 81 for no loss.
Rohan continues. This one has been played down the ground, only for a single from Kamarawan. That is what he's looked to do. Hasn't rotated the strike all that well, Kamarawan, though. Played that maiden over from Rohan Mustafa, the last over that he bowled. Khalid Shah on the other end is playing on a different wicket altogether. 49 of 38, just a shy away from his half century. Would love to get there. Setting the tone again in this big match. The only semi-final being played, the only knockout game being played in this tournament. Outside the off stump, cut away, straight to the fielder once again. So yeah, that clarity that we all talk about is very, very important in your mind. You know what your role is and it can change your game completely. Nicely played, beautifully timed, straight to the fielder, unfortunately for him. Taking some time getting to that 50-run mark.
Getting it, and that'll run away towards the boundary. Will he be able to cut it off? Wasn't the seam is excellent in the field. Look at that. Brilliant bit of fielding, but that will make sure that Khalid Shah gets to his half century. Well deserved milestone for the left-hander. He's flamboyant, he's brilliant, and he's made a good contribution to this semi-final game.
And brave. Add to all those adjectives that you said, and a brilliant piece of work once again from Mohammad Wasim, giving it his 100%. Whatever game he plays in, it's always great to watch him. Tumbling efforts, great catches. I remember in ILT20 as well, he took some brilliant catches, saving 2 runs certainly for his side there. Good work, great work.
Great work from Khalid Shah as well. Khalid Shah 2.0. Goes for the big shot. That's Fuller. And that's connected well. Into the bags around the Malik Cricket Stadium for a maximum.
Giving it everything, throwing the kitchen sink at it. Absolutely amazing to watch. And again, Rohan going through the over as quickly as Asim is going through the biryani here.
Look at that shot. Wonderfully timed. He got the elevation and the distance. He was high and handsome. Went all the way for a maximum. Once again, same area. Just falling short of the fielder. Will be a single to end the over. 14 done. 91 for no loss. That's the 50 package for Khalid Shah. Some good knocks coming from him. Some excellent shots, shorter pitch deliveries, fuller length deliveries, and he's made sure he deposits all of them towards the boundaries. Look at that shot. Timing was superb, and the kind of power he generates is just amazing to watch.
From 91 not out 2 days back to 91 all out rather, to 91 without loss here in just 14 overs. This has been complete 360 change for the Sharjah unit. They lost that big game. No Usman there. Khalid Shah didn't perform as well as he was expected. Then promoted up the order. And his partnerships with Usman in the last game and today's game have been game changers.
What a difference that's made. One, him opening the innings, and that is something that he was talking about. And he feels at home when he opens the innings, and that's worked for him. And another point being, he opens with Usman Khan. So if you have somebody like Usman Khan as your partner, like I am in the com box, you'll always feel more comfortable.
That is why I'm so flamboyant in the com box. It's all courtesy my captain, Rashid Mohammed. He absorbs all the pressure. And I can say whatever I feel like. In the meanwhile, that's a beautiful shot. Straight down the ground, one bounce into the fence. 4 more. There's no stopping Khalid Shah. And that's all courtesy, as Rashid would say, Usman Khan.
Oh, brilliant shot. Look at that. The young left leg spinner has been introduced in first delivery. Doesn't have a mid-off in place, the long off rather. And one bounce into the fence. Excellent shot. He's putting pressure on the youngsters. And that is one good thing about Khalid Shah. New bowler comes in, he'll try to dominate and not let him settle down.
And if you get a 4 in the first 3 deliveries, pressure is on the bowler always. He'll try to defend rather than attack. Pull the length back. Easy single down the ground this time around. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Now he'll try to bowl flat just to contain the batter.
Oh, absolutely, and very smart and sensible batting from Khalid Shah after hitting that boundary, taking a single, getting to the other end. So I feel Khalid Shah is a changed man altogether, and what a knock he's playing. Absolutely wonderful, not only for himself but for his team, who's been doing wonderfully well since Khalid Shah started opening. Usman Khan has come back into the side, and things have been working out really well for them.
Absolutely, every single person has done their duties well. They have all been Shahs in their own game plan. Amazing to witness such a comeback from Sharjah. I thought it was disastrous, that 91 all out for them, and I thought that's going to pull them back. But all that has done is given them that spring. It was more like the more you press them, the more they bounce back. That is exactly what they've done. Great victory in the last game, and looking all set for a big one here as well.
Well, that's what good teams are made up of. That's the difference between a good team and a champion team. Sharjah is definitely one of the champion sides in the domestic circuit. They have some very good players, and that's been something they've worked on. That 91 all out, I think that worked as an eye-opener for them. Really got back to the drawing board, made things happen, made the changes that were required, and I think the credit should be given to the think tank as well, who made sure that the right combination is being set for every game following that 91 all-out game, and then the right batting order has been set as well. So, and well, that gives us a thriller of a semi-final against Fujairah, and that's what we like about this game. Meanwhile, end of 4, number 15, 98 for no loss.
Welcome back after the drinks break. 15 overs gone. It's 98 without loss. The only man who's back to the pavilion is Usman Khan, courtesy an injury to his shoulder. Walked back after facing 2 deliveries, getting a treatment on the ground. We'll try to figure that out. How is he feeling now? As Farazuddin has been given the responsibility to bowl the 16th over. Mohammad Wasim chatting to his players coming into the side today. Makes a lot of difference for this Fujairah unit. Their batting is very, very strong today. Talking about strength. To add on to that, strength in the combox. Asghar is joining me here. Welcome back.
Thank you, Faizan Khan. And the game is nicely set up. 98 for none after 15 overs. But technically speaking, that wicket of seeing Usman Khan back in the hurt in the shape of injury, Fujairah would be mighty pleased, I would say, because the way he was going.
Yeah, that's one way to get him back, right? The way he's been going about things in this tournament, 140, 79, and then a couple of smallish scores, and then a big 200. And even before the tournament, when he was talking to me, he said a 200 is due in this tournament for me. And that is the kind of confidence that Usman Khan has. It's a very big loss for Sharjah that he's sitting in the hut. Maybe getting a treatment. Maybe after a fall of a wicket, he comes out and joins again.
Well,
For Sharjah's sake, I hope it's not the wicket of Khalid Shah, because he's going all guns blazing, 64 of 47. And a first dot ball coming in from Farazuddin. Nicely bowled. He bowled well in the last match as well, Asghar.
yeah. He really is a utility cricketer. He bowls well. Tight. Khalid Shah giving himself room, trying to upset his line and length. Beautifully bowled. That extra bit of bounce coming in from Faraz. He is experienced, I would say, for his age. He's got a good head on his shoulders. And talking about Usman, we hope he's okay. He's been in tremendous form. Just a different league when he bats. And Sharjah, I'm sure, would be looking after him and try to address his injury. If he gets fine, I think still lots of overs to go. He can come in and he can, still play a big knock.
Good start to the over. I was about to say this is up in the air. It's going the distance. Is it? I think it has. That's another 6 coming in from Khalid Shah. I was just thinking maybe he would bring a gear down now, because there are plenty overs to go. He's already on to 70. But every time he's been given the opportunity to open his arms on the leg side, he's gone down on one knee and played shots that would make the father of slog sweep proud. That's Stephen Waugh.
Spot on there. Terrific shot. Khalid Shah is going at a great pace. 70 of now 52. And he's looked so dangerous. The focus was on Usman Khan, and Khalid Shah is playing a blinder. He's not finished.
And I hope, Asghar, for his sake, that he paces his innings well here. He has a full chance of getting to the 3-figure mark. This is up in the air. It's going to hand. That is exactly what I was talking about. You didn't need to do that. You had already got a 6 in this over. And Khalid Shah, I think, was looking all set for a big 100 here. He's thrown it away. Oh, that's sad to watch. There were so many overs remaining after this over. 34 of them. He had all the time in the world. It was not required. He could have taken a single, but this is how Khalid Shah plays. If it comes off, it looks very, very good. Had it gone to the boundary, we would have praised him. It's straight to hand. Caught on long off. Farazuddin successful in his very first over. He's picked up a wicket. And let's talk about this now. Usman Khan coming into bat again. But there's a difference when you're injured and you're coming into bat, because you have to start all over again. Usman, 25 of 30, will join the proceedings now as Khalid, with a well-made 70, has walked back to the pavilion. Farazuddin picking up that wicket.
Beautifully summed up, Faizan. But the thing is with Khalid Shah, that's the progression he needs to make. We all know he's a talented player. He's a dasher. He makes those 40s, 50s, 60s. But there is a time in his career where he needs a score like 150. Maybe take a leaf book out of Usman's book. Players like him, he's got to convert these chances into big ones, because he was well set with over 35 overs to go. He would be bitterly disappointed. Well, in comes Usman Khan. It will be really interesting to see how his shoulder, because after an injury like that, whether he's been restrained to play some particular shots, only time will tell. But certainly a very good sign for Sharjah, and still plenty of worries there as far as Fujairah is concerned. If he is able to go on with that injury, that's going to make a big difference in a big game like this.
Zohaib Zubair coming into ball now. This is nicely bowled. Kamarawan has been very sedate, very calm. He's faced 14 deliveries for his 5. Hasn't even looked in any hurry whatsoever. But he needs to keep rotating the strike, because it'll take some while for Usman Khan to get on the crease and start hitting the way he was hitting in the first 25 runs he scored in the first half of his innings before the break. There you go, the big man on strike. Good for Sharjah that he's come back. He's looking good. I hope his arms are moving freely because of that injury, and they certainly are. On the very first ball, we can tell it was a very nice drive, trying to go for a double here, never there. And a fumble ensures it's an easy single. So Usman Khan off the mark after that break. He's on 26 of 31.
Well, talking about Qamar, I think he's a very fine player. We all know that. It's sometimes just with the mindset when you're trying to play one particular role and trying to bat through. There you go. He goes for the slog sweep. He's experienced enough and he nails it for 6. This is terrific stuff from Kamarawan coming in. He's someone who recognizes the moment, which bowlers to target, and certainly that was in the slot and beautifully hit.
In the slot, and it's going to go out of the park. That is the mantra for Kamarawan, and he hits those through the mid-wicket beautifully. We saw it in the last game as well. He hit a couple of them through mid-wicket, and today also. He's doing the same. Pitch it up to him, give him room. He's going to go big on you. Flatter delivery, quicker delivery, good comeback ball. But another over where 8 runs have already come in, and another ball to go here. Sharjah is looking all set for a big total, although they have lost Khalid Shah. And a very well made 17, nothing to take away from that. But I completely back Asghar up when he says there will come a time in his career where he needs to look at things in retrospect. In the meanwhile, that's another big one. This is gone into the stands again. So Kamarawan has taken responsibility from Khalid Shah and he's hitting them out of the park now. 14 of the over. Brilliant shot once again in the slot and in a vacant plot. There she goes, the ball. 118 for 117 gone. Brilliant for Sharjah.
Farazuddin continuing here and talking about Usman. Well, Faizan, you know, great players are made up with a lot of resolve, and I'm sure if there is any pain whatsoever, still he's not going to show it, and he's going to dig deep and look to play a big innings. He's mentally tough, we all know, but he's physically tough because he's played a lot of cricket and he's been around for a while. I'm sure he's going to be telling himself, come on Usman, this is your day. Another big 100 is required.
Some turn for Faraz, and this one is a loud appeal, and Usman goes. Huge wicket. Look at that celebration. Rohan Mustafa really pleased, and that is what I wanted to mention. The first 2 deliveries spun quite a lot. This happens a lot of times. Trying to go for the cut, it was never there. Thickish edge, and it's been taken beautifully by the keeper as well. Brilliant wicket to have. You've seen the back of Usman Khan now. You come after a break, starting the innings all over, never easy. Now Fujairah is looking absolutely amazing because 2 set batters back to the pavilion, 2 relatively new batters into the middle now as Fayaz makes his way in. It's 118 for 2 after 17.3.
Well, Usman Khan caught behind of Farazuddin, and that man Farazuddin has got 2 wickets, 2 big wickets there. Wicket of Khalid Shah, Usman Khan coming back after injury, and just an error in judgment from Usman. Too close to cut. Caught behind. Good catch there by Zishan Abid. Fujairah on top here. And that brings Fayaz Ahmed, the skipper. I think he has to rise to the occasion today. He is quality player and the left-hander, left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle. He needs now to make a big one. The onus is right here, right now on him.
Our co-commentator Rashid tells us that he's a brilliant batter and he's a big match player, Fayaz. He hasn't performed all that well in this tournament as of now, but today is the day. Taking the responsibility, filling in the captain's shoes once again. Mohammad Azhar, who's not playing in this game, was the captain last time around and took brilliant 4 wickets for his team. Fayaz has the responsibility to absorb the pressure here. Qamar Awan is looking good with those 2 sixes in the last over. And now Fayaz will have to make a mark as well. And this is a good little phase coming in for Fujairah if they can pick up another one here. Oh, beautiful delivery from Farazuddin. Absolute gem. He's turned all 4 deliveries that he's bowled in this over. Got some kick from the wicket as well. This is a great comeback over from Fujairah again.
Round the wicket, angling the ball in and then straightening it after pitching. What a useful cricketer Farazuddin is. He's a gun fielder. He's going to bowl useful overs, whatever stage of the game captain asks him. And he's a very, very handy batsman as well. So good package to look for in the future.
Very easy on the eye as well when he's bowling. Very nice, rhythmic, smooth action from him. That ends the over. It's a wicket maiden. Fujairah has come back strongly in this game. 18 overs gone, 118 for 2. Rohan continues. Rebuilding phase for Sharjah here. They need to get a partnership going. Qamar Awan looking good, 18 of 19. Rohan laying it down the ground, misfield. You'll have to cut those singles. You can't give away easy singles when you're trying to restrict the opposition. And this is what great teams are made of. Off to a flyer, Sharjah. They were running away with the game in the first 10 overs. First 12 overs, in fact. Khalid Shah was going all guns blazing. They never lost faith in their ability, the Fujairah unit. They knew it's just a matter of time. And now, somehow, after those 2 wickets, they are looking on top. Although the run rate is still very, very good for Sharjah. Make no mistake about that. Full toss, poor ball. Straight to the fielder, unfortunately for Fayaz. Rohan gets away with 1. Dot ball.
Absolutely. And bang on the money, Ron Mustafa there. This is a good passage of play for Fujairah. And talking about their skill, after that start, many teams have got rattled. But they've got so much experience. They brought all that experience, that leadership in that group. I would say is their leadership group. It's not one leader there. Plenty of experience, likes of Ron Mustafa, Mohammad Wasim, Mohammad Usman. All these guys have played loads of cricket.
Absolutely, spot on. And again, a hoik towards mid-wicket. This time it's just a single. That concludes the over. Another good one, just 3 of it. It's 121 for 2 after 19. The wicket taker A double wicket taker, in fact, for Azuddin. Continues. What a day he's having already. In just 2 overs, he's picked up 2 wickets. Continues to bowl well here. First ball, nicely bowled into his 3rd over. Last over was a wicket maiden. Brilliant for a young man.
Absolutely brilliant. Such an easy action, and he's pretty accurate. Look at that. Easy, nice action. Beautiful run up and nice. He gets nice drift on the ball as well. And if there is any spin, he's getting off this track, which is very encouraging for him.
Yeah, spin and bounce as well. Let's play down. Back to the bowler. Starts with 3 dots again. He's bowled 9 dot deliveries in a row. Beautiful bowling. Great comeback. And again, 10th dot in a row here for Farazuddin. Can he bowl 2 back-to-back maiden overs here? We've got just 3 runs in the last 3 overs. Big shot. This is up in the air. It's going straight to hand, is it? Yes, it does. And a good tumbling effort in the deep ensures it's wicket number 3 against Farazuddin's name. He's bowled 5 dots and has picked up a wicket as well in this over. They are getting their work cut out here, the Sharjah unit.
Great work there by Farazuddin. Not a great shot from Kamaravan. He's not realizing this time he was hitting into the wind. Terrific catch there by Harry Belwa. Diving forward, never easy. Previous over, he went after Zoeb Zubair. That was going with the wind. This time, just miscalculating that stroke a little bit. Perhaps he could have gone a little straight. But full marks to Farazuddin for getting 3 for. So far, 3 for 6. This is amazing.
What a spell of bowling we've seen from Farazuddin. Just 6 from the first over. That was courtesy a 6 hit on him by Khalid Shah. And he comes back strongly, bowls a wicket maiden and picks up a wicket again here. So 3 wickets in the 2.5 overs that he's bowled, and has given away just 1 scoring shot off the bat. Just a single scoring shot off the bat. Nothing minus that 6 from Khalid Shah. He picked Khalid Shah on the last ball of that over, the first one that he bowled, and brought his team back in the game. And now he is giving Sharjah a run for their money here. Last ball of the 20th. Can this be a wicket maiden as well? It is, as CP Rizwan digs it out. This is back-to-back wicket maidens from Farazuddin. What a spell he's having. It's 121 for 3 after 20.
Fizan bhai?
On continues. 2 new batters on the crease now. Fayaz and Rizwan, both of them very experienced. And Rizwan is a brilliant cricketer off the 50-over game. He will have to play a champion's knock here. He will have to make sure that he's there till the 50th over. Played well onto the back foot. Square of the wicket. Only a single this time around. Farazuddin is everywhere today. In the field, with the ball, all over Sharjah. Great comeback from Fujairah here. 122 for 3 after 20.2. This is just the 4th run in the last 4 overs here.
Yeah, terrific stuff from Farazuddin. From the other end, Ron Mustafa just keeping it tight. But I just felt like someone like Rizwan CP would have been a lot better coming in at number 3, and you get Kamaravan to that sort of middle overs, like batting at 5-6 with 20-odd overs. Kamaravan is that sort of player who's going to get you quick runs at the back end, whereas Rizwan CP is someone who you can give him that role to bat through 50 overs. And he's a perfect sort of player who's going to keep one end up and the strikers from the other end to follow.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. For me, he is always a number 3 for any team he plays. This one has been trickled around the corner. Nicely played. Time to perfection as well. Poor delivery has been taken for runs. That is going to release some pressure here for Sharjah. It's 4 on the board.
Poor delivery down the leg side and easy pickings for a class player like Fayaz, who just helps it on its way for 4. Rohan would be disappointed with that delivery. Just trying to keep it tight on and around off stump. So much have changed in the last half of set of overs, like last 10 overs. Since that injury to Usman, things have changed. After 21 overs, it's 127 for 3. $127 for 3 after 21, and I'll welcome my co-commentator Asim Sheikh into the com box. A lot has changed since last time we were here.
Certainly, that figures of Farazuddin says a lot. Good evening to all the viewers. 3 wickets from Faraz is something that has changed the entire complexion of the game here.
Absolutely terrific stuff. That one scoring shot before that single was Khalid Shah hitting him over mid-wicket, then wicket maiden, another wicket maiden. He's been amongst them. Look at that. The pressure he's created, and he's looking threatening. He's got a slip in. Beautiful, easy action, Asim, and he's pretty accurate for a young man.
Well, certainly that action doesn't bring a lot of turn, especially not that horizontal movement, but again, definitely something with that rhythm keeps the batters guessing whether it's going to move, doesn't move. Just that you have to be really on top of the game. Extra bounce on offer there. And I think the left-handers would find themselves a bit of trouble, especially from this end. They're batting from the Dubai end. It's going to be a bit tougher. That's being played on the onside. That on drive coming in play. Single coming through. This partnership is going to be very crucial here for Sharjah. That is definitely going to determine whether they're going to cross that 300 mark or not. They've got a steady start here, going at almost 6 and over. But formidable comeback here from the men in green.
Absolutely. Run rate is not an issue. CP punches it off the back foot to the sweeper cover. Run rate is not an issue. All they need a big partnership. Take it deep to the 40th over. 130 for 3 after 22. $22 overs gone, 130 for 3 here, and Umar Ali Khan has been introduced into the attack from the pavilion end and been asked to do a job in the middle overs here.
Tan expensive there, Umair. 24 in his 3. Starts off with a single. It's going to be very crucial here for Umair to deliver a spell that his team wants him. Maybe a wicket or 2 here. Definitely takes Fujairah onto the driver's seat. This is what the longer format cricket is all about. It's just not about the start. You just need to make sure that you continue with the flow. Just not take unwanted risks. Both the set batters out. Usman, after he came back from that injury, was just not able to find himself in the groove. Very good delivery from Umair Ali Khan. His back of length. Fayaz will be tested. Patience.
Well, Umair Ali Khan, he's a funny character. Always wants to be in the limelight, either by his performance or by these jolly moments in the game.
I think this role is gonna really suit him. Coming at this sort of stage of the game with the field, he's got those protection, those sweepers, and he's gonna bowl with all his variations. Just keep it tight. This sort of role really suits him rather than giving him that new ball where Usman took a liking to him. Yes, Usman Khan, after that injury, perhaps that ball was too full to cut. Never easy to come back after an injury. It always plays on your mind, and that was a huge wicket. But I think Khalid Shah played a blinder of innings. But Asim, I would be really disappointed if, as a batsman, getting 70 or 50 deliveries not going on is something that Sharjah will really, be disappointed as well.
Well, it certainly comes out from a man who has tons in the domestic circuit, Asghar Khan. Talk about stats, talk about hundreds, almost close to that 100th 100 in the domestic circuit. And definitely Khalid Shah should have fancied his chances to go and cross that 100-run mark. After you cross that 70, you just need to calm yourself down a bit. Just try to make sure that you are, getting yourself into that shell. And you get closer to that 100, get that 100, and then you can try to cut loose.
Of course, whatever comes after the 100, he has a lot of time, 35 overs to go. He had 35 overs. Meanwhile, Fayaz works it for a single, because there's going to be time in his career where he will need those big runs, 170s, likes of 150s, to really make a name for himself. We all know he's a fine player. We will come back to that one. 23 overs gone, it's 134 for 3.
23 overs, 134 for 3. Sharjah just have been shook apart here with that spell from Farazuddin. He has picked up 3 wickets, all 3 belonging to him. First Khalid Shah, and Usman Khan, Qamar Awan, all 3 wickets to his name. And he has bowled well. He's bowled well, this young lad.
Yeah, terrific stuff from him. I think he's a young player coming into all those big stars, and he has that exposure as well. Sometimes it's a little difficult to carry yourself, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. The way he carries himself, he's a gun fielder, and he's a very decent batsman as well.
I think these repetitive chances that Farazuddin has got for teams is come out because of his ability to field exceptionally well. And that's one of the reasons why they think that, having a gun fielder like him, who can be handy with the bat, who can be handy with the ball. Oh, look at that. That spun sharp through the defenses of Fayaz Ahmed. He wasn't anticipating that to move that sharp. Ooh, beautifully bowled.
Any spinner would have been proud of that delivery. That's a top-class delivery. And he's getting it to spin. As you've spoken about him highly, gun fielder like him, it gives you that real boost in the field. As a selector, as a coach, as a captain, what you look, oh, this guy is special in the field. He's going to give me 10, 15 runs, a great run out or a great catch. Then those aspects come in. He's a useful, he can give you 5, 6. On a good day, he can give you 10 overs. So then the contribution with the bat. So you can always afford to have a player like him in the team.
Oh, it is a most important part of a good recipe to have a complete player like Farazuddin in your side. One who can bat, can bowl, can field, save you runs. Oh, again, a beautiful delivery, that turn coming through, getting that inside edge of CP Rizwan's bat. Beautiful over comes to an end. Farazuddin has gone through with his overs. lightning quick. He's done with his 5 overs, 12 runs, 3 wickets, 24 overs gone, 137 for 3. Umair Ali Khan to continue from the Dubai end. Off the back foot, punches it back to the bowler. Fayaz Ahmed, he's looking a bit sedate out there. 24 deliveries for his 11. Just doesn't want to go very hard at the bowling. Wants to just spend time there. Soft hands. Look at that. Look at that effort from Farazuddin. He's brilliant. Even though it was nowhere close to the stumps, but he definitely posed a lot of threat there with his athleticism. Look at that. CP Rizwan halfway through. Had that been a direct hit, would have been close for sure.
Terrific. Look at that anticipation. And he's earned that repetition through sheer hard work, guts and determination, putting day in, day out, working hard on his skill set, on his fielding. And when you see a fielder like that, and even there is a run there, it sort of, puts you off. That's create that chaos running between the wickets. Another good delivery there. Back in the day, when you see likes of Ricky Ponting, John T. Rhodes, Harshal Gibbs, A.B. de Villiers, I've seen lots of players, especially the Pakistanis, got into a tangle. There were certain runs because just that repetition of those guys, they weren't taking them on, and eventually, getting run out.
And it is so crucial to have those fielders placed in the right position. There are fielders like A.B. de Villiers who can field in the outfield as well as in the inner circle, but it is that time of the game wherein you need to assess where is their position more crucial. When the batters are going after the bowling, you need a Farazuddin right in the deep.
Spot on there. Depending on the situation of the game, and right now it's all about closing in on the batsmen, containing them, not allowing them singles, and I think the mid-wicket is the most vital position. Short cover, short mid-wicket. That's where the great Yuvraj Singh came in the early 2000s, and the Mohammad Kaif, which really changed. We will come back to that one. 25 overs gone. It's 138 for 3. Yeah, Jim.
$25 was gone at the halfway mark here. 138 for 3, and the right time to introduce Rashid in the com box. Welcome back, Rashid.
Thank you, Asim. Oh, brilliance. Bowling this from Farazuddin, the chief destructor in this lineup for Fujairah. The only destructor. He's picked up 3 wickets and gave away just 12 runs. Looks like perfect conditions for spin bowling. And the patches that you were talking about in the pitch report, I think those have opened up. Didn't look like they will open up. The wicket was looking very stiff and very compact, but I think those have slightly opened up now because the way the ball is turning and the grip he's getting and the bounce as well. So I think spin is definitely playing a part. Meanwhile, that is being played uppishly. Chance, and that's been taken. All that frustration, all those dot balls, and that has paid for Faraz. He's picked up his fourth wicket. And what an effort. Big wicket, big man is walking back.
The skipper, that wasn't required here at this stage. Fayaz just not able to execute it right. Should have gone with the spin and played it inside out towards covers. but giving it straight to the skipper. Mohammad Usman is not going to make any mistake there. Fayaz departs, a very casual and an irresponsible shot there from him. And back to the pavilion, out for 12 of 31, and Sharjah lose their fourth at the mark of 138. Wicket falling here, number 4th, and all 4 wickets belonging to this man with the golden arm, Farazuddin, definitely bringing in that moment to remember the name.
No, absolutely. The youngster, very promising cricketer. He's a good all-rounder. He bats well as well. Fields really well. And then now with the ball, he's doing a great job for his team. He wasn't in the squad initially. He was drafted in at the last moment. And what an impact he's made to this Fujairah side. Four wickets in a great semi-final. New man, and that's bowled in. What a delivery! A perfect delivery for the off-spinner. 5th wicket for Farazuddin. Well deserved. And another one bites the dust for Sharjah.
Well, it's through the gate, and Nadeem had absolutely no clue about the ball turning horizontally. Brilliant delivery. A dream delivery for an off-spinner. Look at that. Pitches out, tosses it up, and through the gate between bat and pad. Wow. Take a bow for Farazuddin. What a spell this has turned out to be. He has turned this match on his head single-handedly.
Perfect delivery for an off-spinner. Something that you'd want to watch over and over and over again. What a delivery that was. And that is the ball of the day so far. And I'm not sure if we're going to see any more better deliveries coming in this game. Absolutely wonderful. Young Farazuddin picking up his 5th wicket. Well-deserved 5th wicket for the youngster.
Well, this is why we say you put your leg forward, cover the gap between bat and pad. Lack of technique, and Nadeem got a duck, a golden duck to him. Coming in at the halfway mark. And Sharjah are in trouble now. With the kind of start that they got, we were looking at something around 280, 290 easily on. But now even, the kind of bowling Faraz is bowling here, look at that. This is the 1st wicket here. That was Fayaz, and this was Nadeem. First the left-hander, followed by a Jaffer there from Farazuddin through the gates. Beautiful bowling.
So absolutely wonderful. Something to be proud of. That's an international level delivery. And I'll tell you what, even if it was the best batter in the world to come up first ball and face that kind of a delivery, it's not easy to keep them off.
Well, you need to toot your horns the same way, the way he is doing at the moment. Your performance should speak for yourself. The performance should make your phone ring. Faraz, where are you? Get into the camp.
Certainly. What a delivery and what a game he's been having. Harsh Desai, the new man. The youngster coming in. It's a hat-trick delivery. That's one thing that has been missing in this Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. The hat-trick. And now we've got an opportunity to get to see that. Oh, excellent delivery.
That's exactly how you take your front leg forward, cover the line of the ball, but not an ideal delivery. That ball should have been closer to that off stick. You have that shot catching forward leg in the form of Mohammad Wasim. You need that sort of a delivery.
And that one didn't turn as much. I think the previous delivery to Mohammad Nadeem, it was given more air and it turned sharply. But the previous delivery just stayed with its line. Meanwhile, double wicket made and coming in for young Farazuddin. He's picked up his 5th wicket. And Sharjah are in a spot of bother, 138 for the loss of 5.
Dean, let's have a look at those 5 wickets that he's picked up. That was Khalid Shah first, then followed by Kamarawan, a miscuing shot towards mid-wicket. Very good catch. Fayaz Ahmed as well, going through with the shot, and that was the best of the lot. A dream delivery. Meanwhile, Umair Ali Khan continues here. He's just not leaking those singles from the other end. And that's one of the reasons why the batters are taking charge on Faraz, but he's bowled exceptionally well, mind you.
Absolutely, and now this wicket looks like, the way they are bowling, looks a lot more difficult to bat on. The ball not coming onto the bat unless it's pitched up to the right hander or the left to the batter. And with Umair Ali Khan cutting out on those singles, bowling a lot of dot balls, that's adding to the pressure. And somebody like Rizwan CP, now is his chance to really step up and take things into his hand and make sure that he stitches a good partnership with the young Harsh Desai, who's very talented with the bat as well. So this is the opportunity for these two to make a mark, raise their hands in this all-important semi-final.
Well, very crucial is going to be the fact that Sharjah fans should start praying that there is no dew on offer in the second innings, because the way the wicket have started to play, the cracks, as we spoke about during the pitch, that there are some hint of cracks, but the wicket was rolled in pretty hard, pretty fine, and the sun beating hard on the surface, that widens up a bit, but we weren't anticipating such a horizontal movement coming through.
Oh, as soon as that shine has got off from the ball, I think that movement has started coming in. Even for somebody like Umair Ali Khan, if you notice, he bowls those cutters, and that's also turning sharply.
Well, certainly, and what Sharjah has, miscalculated is the fact that there is a change which has come through the way wicket is playing compared to the first 10 overs versus the next 15, how it has played, and it's going to get difficult to bat on as the day progresses, as we get into, as the artificial lights turn on. If there is no dew, it's going to continue having trouble on batting on this wicket. 27 gone, 139 for 5. Man with the golden arm, with the horizontal turn. Wow, he has been phenomenal. Haven't seen this version of Farazuddin before.
Well, I've seen him bowl quite a bit.
Well, I've seen him bowl, but this convincingly, especially testing the batters of class like Khalid Shah, Usman, Fayaz. Well, he's just turned out to be the master with the ball.
Wow. The maestro, young maestro. And he's done so well. So happy for him. He deserves to be amongst the best in the country. Farazuddin picking up 5 wickets in this important game. And now it's going to be the young Harsh Desai to take strike, who's yet to get off the mark. Oh, that's a good delivery, turning in sharply. That's been played towards the onside. No chance of a run. And this is where Team Fujairah can really put up a lot of pressure on young Harsh Desai. And then with that pressure mounting up, and he'll not be able to change strike. And that can lead to a wicket, another one. And that can really put pressure on the rest of the batters to follow.
Well, would you fancy a chance to continue Umair Ali Khan from the other end, or would you get a Rohan Mustafa to bowl a few overs?
Well, I would just continue with what's working for Team Fujairah till they both have their overs in hand. Farazuddin is doing an excellent job, and so is Umair Ali Khan, putting a lot of pressure with those dot balls. And this is a quiet phase. This is a phase for Team Sharjah to build up, get that partnership in. And in this, during this time, if they can hold back their key bowlers, somebody like Rohan Mustafa who can come in and bowl at the fag end of the innings, and the other bowlers like Danish Qureshi and Shehbaz Ali, I think that can really put a lot of pressure afterwards on Team Sharjah. Meanwhile, end of another over, good one coming in from Faraz, only a single on that one, and pressure on Sharjah.
Twenty-ninth over in progress. Umair to continue. Now this excellent spell from Faraz has brought in a comeback for Umair as well. They're not taking any risk whatsoever. Leaned forward into that drive, just dot ball there, back-to-back dots here. So they're just not able to find runs here, and it has to be the former UAE captain CP Rizwan who'll have to step up to the occasion and get some runs here for Sharjah.
A golden opportunity for somebody like Rizwan CP and Harsh Desai to make a mark in this game. And this is where the champion players are defined. Difficult situation calls for difficult measures. And somebody like Rizwan CP who's got so much experience behind him. He's been in the UAE national side for such a long time. And he's a very stable character. He's got a mature head. And he's got a lot of good temperament with him. So I think that can work in Sharjah's favour. At the moment, he's the only, I think, man who can really save Sharjah in this kind of a situation.
Oh, certainly. And these are those moments in your cricketing career wherein you should start asking questions after being left out from the national side. You need to ask questions. What special do I have to do to make a comeback in the side? Meanwhile, a special looking shot there from Harsh Desai to get off the mark, gets onto the back foot and getting top of things there. Young lad, a very promising character to look forward to in the coming years. Very promising all-rounder. Going onto the back foot. Very controlled shot there from Harsh Desai. Brilliantly picked up.
Excellent shot. What a way to get off the mark. He took 11 deliveries to get off the mark. But a very special shot to do that. Slightly short from Umair Ali Khan. And he's made sure that he hits it in the gap for a boundary. And a good comeback from Umair Ali Khan. Loud appeal, but that's been turned down. End of over number 29, 145 for the loss of 5.
Faraz continues. And Faraz continues to trouble the batters. He's into his 8th over and he has been miserly economical. 13 runs conceded, picked up 5 wickets, all 5 belonging to this man, Mohammad Farazuddin. Again, square spin.
Well, the key here to spin the ball is to ball slow, to ball at the right channels, and to have enough revs coming through. And being an off spinner, that would make you a lot proud there, Rashid.
Well, absolutely. That ball that got Mohammad Nadeem, that got me really excited. What a delivery that was. Something that you really are proud of when you see an off spinner bowling that kind of delivery, top of off stump or middle stump, turning it from wide outside off stump and inducing the batter to go for that drive, and then deceiving him in the flight, in the spin. What a delivery.
Well, that reminded me the golden days of Grant Swan, Nathan Lyon, where they used to, force the batter to come forward, and this goes to go through the defense. Even great international players, they at times get deceived by those such jaffers. That's down the leg side. That's turn on offer here. There's a leg slip in play in form of Asif Khan. So this is aggressive captaincy here from Mohammad Usman. Have a look at this one. Pitched on the line of the middle and off. Turned sharply. Beautifully bowled and equally well played there. Good basics in place for Harsh Desai. Just leaning forward, making sure that there is no gap between bat and pad. So technique, pitch perfect there for the young Harsh Desai.
Oh, absolutely. And with the way Faraz is bowling, they can't push at him. So they'll have to slightly hold back their shots. And the amount of turn he's getting, and that's exactly how you need to play him. Rizwan CP showing all his class and experience against the young Farazuddin. Single to end the over, 30 done, 149 for 5. Umair Ali Khan to continue. He's into his 8th over. He's given away 35 runs. That's a good delivery. Dot ball to start with. Excellent work in the field. This has been an excellent comeback. And making a comeback into the com box is Faizan Khan. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Yeah, what a game of cricket we've had. It's topsy-turvy. It's there and just not there for Sharjah. They started beautifully in the first 10 overs, going at 7 runs and over. And then pulled back by just one man. The only man to have taken all 5 wickets here. That's young Farazuddin for you.
Oh, that's why we love this game, isn't it? The curves and turns and the pendulum shifting from one side to the other. It's just so amazing and wonderful to watch. And that's what really keeps us excited throughout the day. And especially in this longer format, one team taking dominance. It was Usman Khan and Khalid Shah to begin with, and then some good bowling coming in from the boys of Fujairah, and then that Farazuddin introduction. Well, that changed and swiveled this game on its head for Team Fujairah.
Absolutely. And that is why it is important to believe. The belief in your game, the confidence you have in your plans. That's all that is important, and Fujairah have shown that beautifully. Rizwan CP needs to be there for a long, long time for Sharjah to come. Still 19 more overs to go after this one. It's 151 for 5. They're going at almost 5 runs and over here. At one point I thought 400 was on the card. Not to be. Certainly. It'll take some doing from here on to get to a score of even 300. Another single added to the total here. Umair has come back strongly. He had given away 13 in his first over and then 8 in his second. And after that, he's been very miserly. And that is why I think it's always a good idea to bowl Umair Ali Khan in the middle overs. This one has been flicked away. I think took a part of the pad as well. And loud appeal coming in. That concludes another over. Just 4 of it. It's 31 gone, 153 for 5. Rohan to continue into the 32nd over. He's bowled well. Into his 7th over here. He's given away just 28 runs, going at 4.5 apiece. It's the spinners who've come and applied breaks. The slower bowlers have done really well, minus Zohaib. And they've picked up 5 wickets here. That's a poor delivery down the leg side, swept away beautifully. It's running into the boundary. It'll take some doing getting there. Asif Khan does well. And it's a couple of runs for Harsh. Good exposure for this young man to come in at number 7 and bat with Rizwan CP, one of the more experienced players of the 50 over game and one of the, I think, most established players of the 50 over game here in the UAE. And that is why I was really surprised when he was not up the order, promoted up the order to bat at number 3. Qamar Awan would have been a better option, and in a 50 over game, those players who can give you quick runs are better options coming down the order. Say for example at number 7, number 8 maybe, sometimes at number 6 depending upon the situation, but definitely not a number 3 because they don't generally have the temperament of batting a full quota of 50 overs. A quick single there. Good start to the over here for Rohan Mustafa once again. And again, I haven't been able to complete a sentence. It's 5 balls down.
Well, certainly he goes through his overs very quickly. Last ball, dot ball to end the over, 3 coming off it. 32 done, 156 for 5.
Zohaib Zubair continues. Oh, this one falling short in front of the diving fielder at fine leg. Couple of easy runs. He's the only spinner who has given quite a few. They're thinking for the third, going against it eventually. And I think the right call, because you don't need to throw away another wicket here. You just need to stay, hold back, maybe try to change the momentum of the game in the last 6-7 overs. But till then, for the next 10 at least, you have to keep on batting like this, taking 4, 5, maybe 6 runs, a loose ball to the boundary. That's how you need to go about things here. Nicely bowled. No grip from the surface for Zohaib. You had seen a lot of grip for Farazuddin. And I'm surprised that if he hasn't completed his overs, he's stopped here by the captain Mohammad Usman, because the way he was going, he was putting a lot of pressure on batters. Beautifully bowled once again. Quicker ball, flatter through the air, pushed in by the bowler and targeting the stumps. Nicely played by young Harsh.
Yeah, Zohaib Zubair is a quicker bowler, which is why he's not getting the ball to turn as much. Faraz giving you a lot of air. I think that's the reason why he's getting it to turn so much. Another flipper, I think, coming in from Zohaib Zubair. Bowling as quick as he is, and which is the reason why he's not getting the ball to turn as much. Farazuddin is giving it a lot more air, and probably he's been taken off the attack to just give him that kind of breather probably. And once the lower end comes into play, that's when probably he'll come back and bowl his rest of 2 overs. At the moment, this is very good bowling from the Fujairah boys. Zohaib Zubair making a comeback after he's been hit for some runs. Harsh Desai unable to pick up a single, but I think Rizwan CP is just going to tell him to hang in there, not get frustrated. These two need to take the game as deep as possible and then unleash in the probably last 5 overs and get to a decent total for the bowlers to work with. Last delivery of this over, and that's been played uppishly. That wasn't required. Chance, but just falls drop of the fielder there. Zawar Farid. Single to end the over. 3 coming off it. 33 done. 159 for 5.
Rohan Mustafa to continue into the 34th over here. 159 for 5. That is the score right now. Nicely bowled, slow through the air. Not given it too much flight. Rohan doesn't like to turn the ball as well. Tries to bowl within the stumps, giving no room whatsoever. You can fire some Yorkers as well as required. Nicely bowled outside the off stump this time around. Driven down the ground. Harsh got lucky on that last ball of the last over. Trying to go for the big shot on the first flighted delivery that Zohaib bowled in that over. This was a very good over from him. Foxed the batter. It's very important for bowlers, because you were a spinner yourself, still are. It's very important as a bowler to think like a batter. You need to know what the batter is thinking at that particular time, and you need to change things accordingly as a bowler. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, absolutely. You always have to think like a batter. That is one of the key points. But I think in a longer format, what you need to do is you need to bowl, you pick up one area which is working for you, just like Farazuddin has been doing. Meanwhile, that's been played up in the air. Chance just falls short of Farazuddin. That dive coming in, but the ball was always dipping into young Farazuddin. Ron Mustafa is not happy, but mind you, he's never happy when a catch is being created and it's not taken by the fielder. Look at that. A valiant effort.
I think it was way too far from him. Possibly made the mistake of going around the ball rather than coming to it. And sometimes that can happen in the deep because you're not able to judge the trajectory of the ball. That concludes another over from Rohan Mustafa. Well, he certainly doesn't like us talking much. Concludes the over in a jiffy. 5 of it. In fact, 4 of it. It's 163 for 5 after 34. Back live after the drinks break here, and it's pretty hot today. It was around 38 degrees Celsius when the match started. It will cool down just a little bit. During this time is one of the better times to play cricket in the UAE. But not letting anything go away from them, Fujairah here. They are not cooling down. They're on a hot streak, and it's amazing. Turn, sharp turn, brilliant turn. This was quicker through the air, and we were talking off air about that fact. That if you bowl it quick into the wicket, it might not just break as much as Farazuddin has. Look at the replay. Oh, ball. What a delivery. Turning at 115 kilometers per hour. Brilliant to see.
A wonderful delivery from young Zohaib Zubair. Meanwhile, a good partnership coming in for Team Sharjah. These two have certainly stitched some runs together, and they've taken some overs as well. So it's a good sign for Sharjah. They've got quite a bit of batting left after this. But those are mainly the hitters of the ball, finishers who would want to just probably face not more than 5-6 overs. So at the moment, this is important. Up in the air, and that's been taken. Drinks break, brings a wicket, and a big one. Rizwan CP will have to walk back. Good delivery. Zohaib Zubair picking up his first.
Yeah, what a ball once again. Tossing it up in the air, sliced off the bat. Rizwan is a much better batter than this. It's looking very bleak for Sharjah here now. Look at that. The shot was on. Just opened the face of the blade a little too much. Sliced off the bat, and an easy catch for Harry. This is the 6th wicket down and possibly one of the bigger ones. 163 for 6 now after 34.3. The new batter coming out to bat is the keeper, Ashwant Walthapa. Played in the ILT20 and also a regular in the domestic circuit in the UAE. In contention for the UAE national side as well. Zohaib Zubair continues. He's amongst the wickets now. The spinners have turned things around completely. Nicely bowled. Going across the left-hander. Change in batting. And a change in the com box as well. Taking strike now is Asghar Khan. Welcome back.
Thank you, Faizan. And things have completely changed for Fujairah. After that initial first 10 overs, Sharjah have really struggled to get that momentum going. Big wicket of Rizwan CP falling. Just a couple of deliveries to go in this over to Zohaib Zubair. And the spinners have really got the stronger hold of Sharjah batsmen.
Absolutely. The way things started, we thought another 350 is on from the Sharjah boys. But if you look at things closely, you might notice that it was just 3 or 4 batters who were doing the trick for Sharjah in the previous games as well. And today, their failure ensured that Sharjah is in tatters right now. 164 for 6. This concludes the over. Just one of it and a wicket as well. 35 overs gone. Shehbaz coming into ball now. He bowled pretty well up front when Khalid Shah and Usman Khan were going all guns blazing. He pulled things back during that phase. It was from the other end that runs were coming in easily when he was bowling. Bowls with some pace, lots of experience against his name again. And the Fujairah team is on top right now. 164 for 6 after 35. In comes Shehbaz with his first ball to Ashwant Walthapa. Outside the off stump. Played with soft hands towards third man. That adds another to the total here. Overall, if you look at things, the scheme of things, 70 of those 165 runs came in just 50 deliveries. And that was all courtesy Khalid Shah. And since then, nobody has scored freely. They haven't been able to come out and get on top of things here. Usman Khan, that injury to him, set things back right away for Sharjah. And coming back, he never looked like the same batter who was batting before the injury. Short ball pulled away, beautifully done. Oh, that's a very good shot from Harsh. 2 on the cards easily, all along the carpet. Harsh is looking good though. Somebody will have to bat till the 50th over here. One of them needs to make sure that they decide targets for the next 5 overs and try and reach those targets. And that is how you play the 50 over game.
Absolutely, and Shehbaz is a bit of an enforcer, I would call him. Someone that with that extra bit of pace, he gives it everything. And I think that blow on the shoulder of Usman Khan on that spell, a lot of credit needs to be given to Shehbaz. The way he came out, the way he tested the batsmen, they were gun blazing all around, and that injury really set Sharjah back. And after that, it's been all Fujairah. Wickets coming. What a spell from Farazuddin. 5 wickets to him, and now Zubair chipping in with that one. Right now, it's going to be short targets. You need short net 3-4 overs, get a 20 without wicket loss. Just drag this meander along to the 45th overs and have 3 or 4 wickets in hand and have a bit of dip towards the last 4 or 5 overs.
Absolutely spot on. Exactly what I said. Short ball. Wide given by the umpire already. Wide given by both umpires, mind you. One for the height, the other one for the direction of the ball. Shiju Sam calls it 1 for the over here. Very experienced umpire in the UAE. Banged in short. That was not a bad delivery. It was just that it was always going down the leg side. Had he bowled it at the body, it would have been a much better delivery. So runs, a few of them coming in this over. In fact, 5 already of the first 3 deliveries. Another short ball pulled away, nicely done by Harsh. Looks like a good player of the short ball. He pulled one away on the second delivery as well, bowled by Shehbaz. Getting in the line of the ball, head on top of the ball, wrist rolling, keeping it in the ground. Nicely played.
Technically very sound, as you pointed out. Keeping the ball down is important. He's got a square leg back, so he's taking no chances whatsoever. I like this move from Mohammad Usman to bring Shehbaz back in, looking for wickets. He's not sitting back, okay, just go through the motions, we are on top. He's looking to finish the job, and it was that man, Shehbaz, who started the rot against Abu Dhabi. They were going comfortably 124 for 3, and with this short pitch stuff, really unsettled the batsman.
All this short pitch stuff has done is given a few runs in this over to the batting side, Sharjah. This is turning out to be a decent over here. 8 of it already in the first 5 deliveries. And the problem with the short ball, because this is a slowish wicket, it's not coming onto the bat easily. So when you bowl that short delivery, bang in short, it takes some time getting to the batter. If you are watching the ball properly, if you have good foot movement, you can actually make use of that slowish bouncer coming into you.
Another short delivery to end the over. 36 overs gone. It's 172 for 6. 172 for 6 in spot of bother here, Sharjah. No one was expecting this sort of score line, the way they started in the first 10 overs, but that's how the game is. Spinners have really got the stranglehold of them. 5 wickets to Farazuddin, and Zohaib has picked up Rizwan CP. 6 down with 14 overs to go. It's all about getting those partnerships going now. Take it deep, bat 50 overs, give themselves a chance, something to bowl at. 240, 250. If they bowl well, might prove to be a competitive one. Is up in the air, man coming around, at long on, safe as a house. Umair Ali Khan Jani takes that catch, and that's another one. Goes Zohaib Zubair picks up his second wicket. 7 down for 172. That shot was not on.
Yeah, Harsh had done all the hard work in the world, but just giving it away. And that has been the story of the day for Sharjah here. So this is how they played all throughout the day. They've tried to go for their shots, not working out for them. Somebody needs to remind them it's not a 20-over game. Down on one knee, trying to hit it over mid-wicket. All he did was getting the long on straight, pouched by Umair Ali Khan. Easy catch for him. And this is the 7th wicket down. They are in a lot of trouble here, Sharjah. At the toss, Usman was saying he would want to contain them to 250, 260. I think, given a choice, from here on, Sharjah will take that with both hands. Because they seem like losing wickets too regularly and might not just get to a 230 here. We'll have to wait and watch as Mohammad Azhar comes into bat now.
Yeah, Mohammad Azhar scored a 50 in this tournament, and he will be required with all his experience to drag this innings along, but he needs somebody at the other end to bat through. And the young Hirsch, that shot was not required. Going slightly across the angle with that leg spin, he got a little bit of bounce and deceived him.
An experience coming in from Harsh Desai. He's a very young guy, looking for a big shot to relieve the pressure. And that can happen to you as a young man when you believe in your abilities and you know that you can clear the boundary. But you need to pick out good balls as well. Azhar, lot is expected from him because still a lot of overs to go from here, including this one, 14 more overs. If you go about things in the right way, you can still score somewhere around 60, 70 odd runs. Would that be enough? That's another question for another day maybe. 172 for 7.
At the moment, whatever comes their way, they're going to take Sharjah. I think 230, 240. They have to play really well to get there. And man on screen, Mohammad Azhar, I think on this pitch, I'm sure there's going to be another nick. Another one gone. Not a great shot. Close to the body, looking to cut. And I was saying that Mohammad Azhar will enjoy bowling on this pitch. But right now, he's gone for a duck.
Yeah, he will enjoy bowling on this wicket only when they have something to defend. It seems like they are falling like a pack of cards, cliche, but true. It is a cliche for a reason because they are falling like a pack of cards. Look at the replay once again, going across the body, waiting for a thick outside edge. Good take from the keeper again. And another one bites the dust. 2 wickets in this over for Zohaib Zubair. He's picked up 3 now. He was very expensive in the first 2 overs, given away 21 runs in the first 2. But he's come back strongly now. And in his next 2.4 overs, he's picked up 3 wickets. He's given away just 4 runs. Absolutely amazing to watch. Just 2 more wickets to get for Fujairah here and bundle Sharjah out, who were looking like a team to reckon with, especially in the first 10 overs.
Big change of events here. Ronnie is just having a word with him, Zubair, telling him all his experience.
Ronnie never just have a word to talk to anyone. He would have sentences and he would cram those sentences in 5 seconds.
Well.
He's one person. He's a lovely gem of a guy, Rohan Mustafa. I always love talking to him, but it's more often than not, it's mostly one-way conversation. It's a one-way traffic coming in from Rohan Mustafa.
You have to listen him.
Yeah, you have to listen to him all the time. He wouldn't let you speak.
Terrific character.
Gem of a guy. Down the leg side, wide call by the umpire. Quick. Googly coming in. Mohammad Wasim right away tells his bowler to bowl it outside the off stump. There's a slip in place. Mohammad Wasim coming back into the side makes Fujairah a very formidable unit. Outside the off stump, nicely bowled. Dug out well eventually by Ataullah. Played some decent shots the other day, but that was a different ball game altogether. Sharjah was bundled out at 91 in that game. And the threat is looming on them today as well, as Zubair continues. Last ball of the over.
Nicely played for a single. 37 overs gone. It's 174 for 8.
Farazuddin coming into bowl now. Already picked up 5 wickets. Look at those figures. I don't know why he was stopped for his remaining 2. 17 for 5. Unplayable, literally. Especially at a time when Sharjah was going all guns blazing. Played onto the back foot by Ataullah. And another dot ball. What a day Farazuddin has had today, with the ball especially in his hand. Flighting the ball up, exactly doing what he was doing in the first spell as well. Bowling to the right-handers, to the left-handers, picking up 2 huge wickets. One of them Khalid Shah, on song 70 or 50. The other one, the big man, Usman Khan. He can be on song any day. Not himself after that injury. And this is a quick run, yes and a no. Ashwin Thapa wasn't ready to go for it. Ataullah always calling him for a single. Luckily for them, it's a misfield. A single added to the total here.
Absolutely brilliant from the youngster. Look at those figures. As you pointed out, it was a high-class spell in a big game, especially as a spinner to come on when the opposition openers have put on 80 odd in the first 7 or 8 overs. And the likes of Usman Khan and Khalid Shah were going all gun blazing. It's not easy for a spinner to come on when opposition are wicketless. And the way he's shown that temperament, that variation, that pace, and that wicket of Mohammad Nadeem, believe me, it was an international delivery where it drew him forward and got him through the gate. For that matter, Qamar Awan as well. The way he deceived him, tied him down. Terrific stuff from the youngster. Another top over comes to an end. 38 overs gone is 176 for 8.
Zohaib Zubair coming into bowl now. 5 overs, 27 for 3. It's the spinners who have picked up all 8 wickets here. Nicely played by Ashwant Thapa. Only for a single to sweep a cover this time around. Slight fumble, they won't go for it. That'll bring Ataullah on strike once again. It is a big ask from someone like Ataullah, a number 10 coming into bat, to actually ask him to bat for a long time. So it's just a matter of time if you ask me.
And I think Zoeb is going to give him that big leg break as well. Couple of leg breaks. Still is bowling that wrong ones. Mohammad Wasim in the slip. I think he's bowled far too many wrong ones to Ataullah. It's time for that leg break. If he can get it to turn, Mohammad Wasim is in business.
Back of the length, tucked around the corner. Rohan Mustafa coming in. And some antics from him. A very funny guy. Great to see smiles all around. They've played so much cricket together, every one of them. They know each other well. And there's always some fun on the ground. Zoeb continues. Down the leg side. Just a flick of the thigh pad, I think. That is what the umpire says. But great keeping once again.
Very good work there by Zishan Abid. He's been terrific for Fujairah behind the stumps. It's not easy to keep against quality spin, and he's taken some fine catches, and those stumpers, his glove work has been excellent. The way he moves, gets behind the line.
It's very difficult with the kind of line that he's bowling, keeping to a right-hander. I've kept in a few games, so I know this. So you lose the side of the ball when you're going down the leg side. And again, this one has been played well, straight to the fielder, good bit of fielding. Fujairah doing everything right here. And another good over coming to an end. Still a ball to go, just 2 of it. Runs not coming in, wickets falling regularly. Last ball. Played well, defended it out. And that concludes another over. Sharjah in tatters here. 178 for 8 after 39. Farazuddin coming into bowl his last over. He's been brilliant today. Whatever praise we have for him, not enough. The way he's come back and bowled, driven down the ground from Ashwant Walthapa. He's a very good batter. Coming in to play at number 8 today for his side. But apart from that, talking about Farazuddin, might just be the only bowler in this competition who's picked up 2 back-to-back wicket maidens. 2 overs in tandem, the second and the third. Oh, beautifully bowled. Outside the off-stump, flighted. Going through the defences, beating the outside edge. Playing inside the line there. Expecting it to turn a lot more. Ataullah. It's not a bad wicket by any means. You just need to apply yourself in a 50-over game. That's there. In the air. Taken. And 6th wicket for Farazuddin into his 10th over. That's 9th down for Sharjah, and they're looking like a very tired team out there right now.
Terrific stuff once again. He's played with the psyche of Ataullah, just throwing that one slightly up, slower through the air, and Rohan Mustafa completes a simple catch to his standards. And look at the celebration.
Brilliant. This package was better than Sharjah's batting after the 10 overs. Brilliant to watch the celebration there. 9 wickets down, 39.3 overs gone, 179 for 9. Last wicket to get. Faraz. Can he get that last one? Matiullah. Oh, and Faraz was excited for a bit. Going through his defenses once again. This is how you bowl to a tail ender. If you're an off spinner, you toss it up. My co-commentator Asghar actually pointed it out before the over. No slip in place. There's a leg slip. Nicely bowled. This time rocking onto the back foot. Another dot ball. So one delivery to go in Faraz's spell. Can he get to the 7-wicket mark? He might just, but I think Matiullah would want to deny him that. Whatever the ball he bowls, I think it's going to be a defensive push. Let's see what happens. There you go. A defensive push from the back foot, denying Faraz his 7th. But brilliant bowling from him. If you ask me, he is already the man of the match for me. 20 for 6 in his 10 overs. 40 overs gone, 179 for 9.
वो मैं कर लेता हूँ 5.
179 for 9 after 40 overs. And Rohan Mustafa would like to chip in with that wicket, the last wicket there for Fujairah to pick up. And Ashwin denies a single. Welcome back to the com box, Asim Sheikh.
Thank you, Asghar. Well, the story has a different climax, it seems. The way it started off, it was completely Sharjah all over. Now Ashwant wants to keep strike. As a senior batter, he would just want to make sure that he doesn't expose Matiullah to the experience of Rohan Mustafa and other bowlers of Fujairah. I think smart move coming through. He's taken all the fielders behind. They're letting that single come through. We'll have to wait and see how Ashwant goes about things. Again off the back foot, punches it. Covered up by Rohan. What's going to be more interesting is what does Ashwant do here? Does he go after the bowling? Does he hold himself back? Play out the last 10 overs? It's going to be a big ask, mind you. But one good thing that can make it possible is that Faraz is done with his spell. A man who has brought a lot of trouble here to Sharjah.
Very good delivery. Rohan Mustafa is not an easy customer to get away, especially at this stage of the game. With all his experience, 2 deliveries to go. Will he push a single and ask Matiullah to survive 1 delivery? Another dot ball. He's firing that in quick. Now he's going to bring an extra man inside the circle, Asim.
Looks like he's just forcing Matiullah. He's going to force him to take that single. We'll have to wait and see what Rohan bowls. I think it's going to be a darting one right up there.
Well.
Entertainment on offer, especially when the game has swung towards your side. A dot to finish here. 41 overs, 179 for 9.
179 for 9 after 41. And Zuhaib has picked up 3 wickets. He was expensive in his opening 2 overs, went for 20, but look at his comeback as well. 9 wickets falling to spin, Asim. We wasn't expecting that one at the toss.
Well, we definitely spoke about the cracks coming into play, and the cracks seem to have widened as well, and to which Faraz has definitely made to his advantage. The way he has bowled, tossed it up, pitching it up to closer to the bat. Brilliant delivery. That's given out right in front, and that's the end of Sharjah. They have been bundled out for 179. Who would have thought after that blistering start that Khalid Shah and Usman Khan had provided? This is what you have to believe in your team, that they can make a comeback. This is what the longer format cricket is all about. You just have to be patient and you don't lose yourself as a team. And Fujairah, definitely that. Look at that. Beautiful delivery. That was right in front. Zohaib did not look back. Just wanted to take a confirmation.
Playing on the back foot, not a great idea. But you don't blame Matiullah coming in at 11. Look at the Fujairah hurdle. They're full of buzz now, full of confidence. A lot of leadership being shown, especially after that sort of start from Khalid Shah and Usman. It's not easy. Any other team might have got rattled and lost the plot, but they came back with smart bowling changes and tactics, and they would be really, really over the moon right now. Bundle out Sharjah of 179.
Well, certainly 180. They would definitely take that. If you have told Usman during the toss that would you be comfortable chasing 180, he said we'd rather not bowl and take that target and come out and try to chase. Fantastic. He was anticipating around 250, 260, but I think he'll be very confident with the way the bowlers have bowled. They have been fantastic, and especially the spinners. All 10 wickets belonging to the spinners. 6 for Farazuddin, 4 for Zubair. He was brilliant.
Yeah, those two spinners have done bulk of the damage. 10 wickets between them, and Fujairah go out with all the confidence in the world, like Asif Khan, Mohammad Wasim, Mohammad Usman, Salman Khan. Plenty of batting and class there. But right now, it's the young man who's leading the side, Farazuddin, with that big smile on his face, picking up 6 for 20. One of the biggest games in domestic cricket, and the young man turned out to be a superman this evening.
Oh, certainly. He has been brilliant. Well, already has a man of the match performance to his name. And another one, if Fujairah chases this down. Pretty confident side there. The men in green, they have 1 foot in the finale. This is how things happen. That first hurdle, and things that was spoken in the first hurdle that did not go in their way in that first passage of play. It was Usman Khan's show completely. He was going berserk alongside Khalid Shah. He started off and he never looked back. Played some aerial shots down the ground, just making sure that he made his presence felt. A couple of glorious boundaries. Even if you play it on repeat mode, you will still not be bored. Khalid Shah was the pick of the batters there for Sharjah before he was caught in the deep. Very comfortable catch for Salman. And in came Kamarawan after Usman was injured. And then Usman, when he came back for his second spell, he wasn't that impressive. They enjoyed every moment out there, Fujairah boys, every wicket, and that was that catch from Harry, the substitute fielder. And this was that wicket of Fayaz Ahmed. He wasn't looking very confident, a very rash shot coming through, and so was this, a very lazy approach, giving that gap between bat and pad. And Faraz striking big. Another nothing shot there from CP Rizwan, experienced campaigner. And so was Harsh Desai. They almost were showing us the glimpses of putting up a partnership to rescue Sharjah, but not for too long. And they were bundled out for 179. This was the last of the lot. Matiullah just not able to play with the turn. And Zubair, he gets a 4-for. And Farazuddin, he was brilliant. 6 wickets for him in his 10 overs and picked up 6 wickets, conceding just 20 runs. Very miserly economical.
180 is the target from 50 overs. That's what Fujairah need to take on Ajman in the finals.
Well, we'll dive into a innings break here, and once we are back, we'll take you through the live action where Fujairah will be chasing 180 in their allotted 50 overs.
अजहर भाई ओके ना
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Malik Cap. Sharjah winning the toss, electing to bat first. Couldn't muster up a big total. Could only get to 180 runs. And 179 rather. And Fujairah now need 180 runs in their 50 overs to chase this down and meet Ajman in the all-important finals, the grand finale, which is scheduled to be played on Monday, the 15th of May, at 4 p.m. local time. Meanwhile, joining me in the comm box, it's my friend, co-commentator, brother, Faizan Khan. Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Yeah, what a comeback. This is what, great teams are made of. Absolutely amazing to watch the way they came back strongly into the game for Fujairah. Running away with the first 10 overs, 70 odd in the first 10, 40 in the first 5, mind you. And they hadn't lost a wicket in those first 15 overs. 15th over was where Farazuddin was brought in, picked up a wicket, and then there was just a line of batters going back to the pavilion. And it was all courtesy Farazuddin at one point in time. He picked up 5 wickets, all of those 5 wickets picked up by him, by just one bowler. And then from the other end, Zuhaib came out and picked up 3 as well. So brilliant stuff. Great spin bowling display. And the belief that Fujairah had. They knew that if they stick to their plans, they can bring the total down. Their captain said at the toss that they would try to keep them to a total of 250 or 260. This is way below that. So I think he would be a proud man, Mohammad Usman, as the two openers are walking in the middle. And that is the kind of belief that you need to have if you're a Sharjah captain as well. If we can bundle out with such a strong batting lineup at 180, we can get the other team as well. But this other team today has one big man who is known now in the franchise world as well, the captain of the UAE side, and that's Mohammad Wasim. And that has bolstered their batting wares up top the order. There was always another threat in Asif Khan that was there. But with Mohammad Wasim and Asif Khan in the top 3, I have no doubts in my mind it should be easy work getting to this 180 here.
Absolutely. Mohammad Wasim, we know, is a class act. And he'll be up against Ataullah, who'll be bowling in from the far end. We saw spin twins, Faraz Khan and Zoeb Zubair, picking up all 10 wickets of Team Sharjah. So this is one way of thinking about it. We'll see spin coming in quite early in the innings for Fujairah. Meanwhile, it's Ataullah. First ball coming up then. That's a good delivery. Excellent delivery and watchfully played by Mohammad Wasim. Right under his eyes. Solidly defends that. He'll be under a lot of confidence after coming back from Nepal. He got some runs under his belt and has been away taking that extended leave from work. And now he's making a comeback into the semi-finals, and what a great player to watch, especially if you're a fan of the UAE cricket. You'll always want Mohammad Wasim to score bigs like Usman Khan and Asif Lala, Rohan Mustafa, a lot of others as well. Meanwhile, that's been played uppishly. Intent being shown by Mohammad Wasim. That was a fuller delivery. Width was offered. Chance to free his arm, and he's pounced onto that for a boundary.
Well, beautifully played. Not from the middle of the bat though. But the intent was always there, and this is what the first 10 overs every batter would try, especially when you've played a lot of T20 cricket, as he has, Mohammad Wasim. He was playing in the My Emirates team at the ILT20, playing under Kieron Pollard, and certainly looks a little like Kieron Pollard when he's batting out there. Some of his shots, even in the field, the way he moves, he's a big guy and has got as safe hands as Kieron Pollard possibly. So a lot of impact would have been on this man from the legend, Kieron Pollard.
Certainly. Change the field now that fine leg fielder has been brought into the circle. We see a cover sweeper straight away, defensive field set. They want to probably make sure that they don't get too many runs off the new ball, which was the case for Team Sharjah as well. Oh, down the leg side, could have been very close, had that swung into Mohammad Wasim. He does have that tendency to shuffle across quite a lot. Look at that trigger movement. He shows all that leg stump that can interest the faster bowler, but with the fine leg in the circle, could be punishing for him as well. And talking about the new ball, I think this is one strategy which Fujairah would go against. We saw Sharjah with the new ball getting a lot of runs, and they will also want to make sure that they get a good total with the new ball. And then when the ball gets older, spinners come in, it can be a difficult task with no dew showing at the moment.
Absolutely no dew on the ground at the moment right now. How good a decision was that to bat up front on this wicket? Well, 180. I won't tell you that it was a good decision. I can tell you this, it was a mighty good decision, a very positive decision from Sharjah to win the toss and batting first. Had they gotten to somewhere around 280, 290, we would have a match on. We might just have it here as well because they have got the wares as well in terms of bowling Sharjah. They've got the experienced Mohammad Azhar, who picked up 4 wickets in the last game. They've got Atta, who bowls really well, but this has been drilled. Oh, one of the shots of the day. On the up, leaning into the drive, big stride forward, 4.
Excellent shot from Mohammad Wasim. This is what he's known for. Class act. Plays it along the carpet. Doesn't try to overhit it. Times it superbly well. And like you said, well, shot of the day so far. Beautifully done. Look at that. Leaning into it and just caressing it through the covers. And that ran like a tracer bullet. No stopping that. 8 runs coming off the first 5 deliveries. This is an excellent start. And you were talking about Mohammad Azhar. Well, the magician will come into play very soon alongside Harsh Desai, the left arm, right arm ambidextrous bowler. Steps down, chance. Oh, could have easily been a wicket. Not in control on that occasion, but that's how Mohammad Wasim will play in the first few overs. Single to end the over. 9 on the board for Team Fujairah.
We were talking about him. There he is, Mohammad Azhar, coming to bowl in just the second over of the innings. We always thought that they would bring a spinner sooner than later. That is how they lost all their wickets in the first innings. Sharjah losing them all to spinners. So they would want to exploit the wicket here by using these spinners up front. They will have to play some very attacking cricket here, Sharjah. They cannot go on the defense ever in this game, defending just 179.
Certainly. And Mohammad Azhar straight away on the money, right on the stumps. And now it'll just be about how much break he can get from this wicket with the new ball. We did see Faraz coming in after the 15th over. So the ball would have been fairly lost its shine. And at the moment, with this shine on and 2 new balls being used from both the ends. Well, that's been played up, actually. Chance. And it's been taken. Excellent catch by Matiullah and the big man. Big wicket. Excellent bowling change from the captain has worked. Mohammad Wasim will make his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, they have negated the first big threat here. We are talking about the Asif Khans, the Mohammad Wasims of the world. Mohammad Wasim is walking back with just 9 to his name. Now this is a brilliant start. Tossed up outside the off stump. Pitching outside the off. Impact on off stump. The shot was on, mind you. But he was better off going through the covers rather than going down the ground. Nonetheless, it's all in the hindsight. Big deal for Sharjah. They've picked up Mohammad Wasim up front. So the other big man comes out, and that's Asif Khan, another big man for this side. Mohammad Wasim back to the pavilion here. They won't have expected this for Fujairah, but they still have a long batting to come. They've got Rohan Mustafa, Mohammad Usman. They've got a lot of experience. They've got Farazuddin who can bat well. Salman hasn't faced a delivery, and he was very good in the last game that they played for Fujairah. Now 2 slips in place for Asif Khan. That's good to see. That is exactly what I was talking about. They just cannot go on the back foot. They always have to keep on attacking. Here we go. First ball for Asif Khan. Defended. Very unlike Asif Khan there.
Well, let's have a look at how that wicket fell. Mohammad Azhar tossing it up. He wanted to go it through the onside. Probably that ball held its shape with the arm and got that top edge. Excellent catch. And that change worked for them. We were always talking about the spinners being very impactful in this game, and Mohammad Azhar straight away has picked up a wicket. Meanwhile, down the leg side, not a good delivery, quicker in the air as well, darting it in. He'll need to be very careful of how he bowls. His pace has to be controlled. And you're asking about aggression. They've given you some aggression. 2 slips in place for Asif Lala, trying to put pressure on him. And now if they can pick up another wicket, well, we'll have a game on our hands. It's getting exciting now.
Absolutely, getting exciting here. Certainly, and good commentators have this knack of observing things. What my fellow commentator Rashid observed while Asif was walking towards the wicket, normally doesn't walk too quickly to the wicket. He was walking very quickly to the wicket. Maybe just once and make use of the first 10 overs here, flicked away this time around. Ataullah giving it the chase, a fumble, but only a single. So Asif Khan off the mark. And Salman is going to face his first delivery here on the last ball of the over.
Oh, what an over this has been. It certainly worked for Team Sharjah. They picked up that big wicket, and now they would want to put more pressure on Fujairah. Somebody like Salman Khan, who hasn't faced a delivery, up against Mohammad Azhar. If he can toss it up slowly in the air, get that nick coming in. Oh, that's well bowled, but he's not getting that break. I think the ball is too new to turn. Meanwhile, a wicket in that over and a couple of runs as well. 11 on the board for the loss of 1 after 2.
Ataullah coming into bowl his second over, the third of the innings. Asif Khan is going to be on strike. There's a slip in place for him. And he bowls it into the stumps. Defensively played by Asif. Another fantastic domestic cricketer, Asif, and recently been selected for the UAE side as well. Performed well already.
Oh, what an impact he's made to the UAE national side. Getting a lot of runs at one time. He was nominated for the ICC Player of the Month as well. So some good things happening for UAE cricket and Asif Khan, and well deserved as well. He's at the top of his form. There's so many runs under his belt. A lot of experience. And Asif Khan, he'll be key here. He's got that ability to take the game as deep as possible. Plays with a lot of confidence. So I think with him in the middle, Fujairah would be very confident to chase it down. And if Sharjah are to pick up his wicket, I think then things might just work out for Team Sharjah.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes these low-scoring games are thrillers. We would expect this to be a thriller as well. Because it's always so much fun seeing teams fighting for a smallish total. And down the leg side, poor delivery. Second wide, already into the third over. Discipline is what is required from Sharjah. They can't give away easy runs here.
Well, certainly, with the low target, they'll have to be very consistent with their line and lengths. And with the two top teams of the domestic circuit up against each other, we'll want to see a thriller of a game. And they just need that one opening. These two are very experienced sides. We saw in the first innings as well, the Sharjah were started really well, and then the pendulum shifted, moved towards Fujairah, and then when they got a hold of it, they took control and made sure they didn't allow them to get away with it. So I think Sharjah would be looking for the same kind of movement. Oh, excellent delivery, seaming away. Asif Lala wanted to drive that through the offside. Very lucky, could have easily taken that outside edge.
Yeah, feet going nowhere, playing away from his body. Everything wrong about that shot. And it was a beautiful delivery, mind you. Coming in with the arm, leaving the batter just at the last moment. So some seam movement possibly there from the wicket. Nicely bowled by Ataullah. For a moment, I thought it got the faintest of edges. A slip in place, mind you. Usman Khan there. And outside the off stump once again. Feet going nowhere once again. Plays it into the ground and towards Harsh, who's on backward point. Will come handy into the game a little later. A unique cricketer, Harsh. He can bowl left arm over around the wicket to right-handers and then right arm spin to left-handers. So he's a very good bowler in any situation of the game, whether it's right-handers bowling, batting or left-handers batting. Good over this from Ataullah.
Another good delivery right on the stumps, and it's been defended by Asif Khan. This has turned out to be a good over. Fujairah are just pulled onto their back foot with that wicket of Mohammad Wasim. And now it's important for Team Sharjah to take full advantage of this.
They also can't be too watchful here for Fujairah because they need to play their shots. They need to be positive. They shouldn't let the Sharjah bowlers get on top of them.
Absolutely. You can't do that. And with a low target, you'll always want to play positive with intent. And I think Asif Lala at the moment just trying to adapt to the wicket first, and then probably he's going to go for his shots. And Ataullah, mind you, is bowling some good deliveries, not allowing that width. End of the over. Good one. Just one wide coming off it. 3 done, 12 for 1.
Azhar comes into bowl. His second over, nicely bowled, inviting the batter onto the front foot here. Bowling it slow through the air. Not a lot of turn for Azhar, as rightly pointed out by Rashid. It's a very new ball. It's a very hard ball. And the surface has been rolled back in again. So whatever cracks might have opened up would close down for a few overs. And this one is edged towards third man. Fayaz will have a huge chase to get to the ball here. Trying to use his footwork. Couldn't stop the ball from getting to the boundary. This is going to be a 4. In fact, it was Nadeem, the man giving chase there. And I think it hasn't been signaled by the umpire yet. He's asking for the replays possibly.
Oh yeah, with technology available, why not? We've got a third umpire in place, a match referee. Mr. Shami maybe is the third umpire for the game. We've got Mr. Iftikhar Ali, who's the match referee. Akbar Ali taking proceedings at the moment. And at the square leg, we've got Shiju Sam. So very experienced panel. And for a very big game, the semi-finals, you don't want to have any wrong decisions being made. Let's have a look. Mohammad Nadeem trying to use his foot there. Did get a foot to it, but then we'll just have to wait and watch if that ball rolled onto the skirtings. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I think it rolled on to the skirtings there. Felt like a 4 right from the word go.
Well done.
Thank you.
You've got sharp eyes.
Yeah, Shiju Sam won't be very happy with my decision there. Competition for him.
I think another point I wanted to raise was is Mohammad Azhar coming from the right end? We did see Faraz coming from the far end and he got 6 wickets. He was turning the ball square. And Mohammad Azhar at the moment is coming in from where Zuhaib Zubair was bowling from, and he didn't get as much turn. He
Edged
was
again. This time straight to Nadeem. Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, so I was saying because of the way I think both of these bowlers bowl, Zuhaib Zubair and Mohammad Faraz, that can be an interesting change for Fayaz to ponder about. He can probably bring in Mohammad Azhar when the ball gets a bit older from the other end and see if he gets as much turn as Faraz was. If he does, well, that'll be alarming signs for Team Fujairah.
Absolutely. Very good point. As I said before, observation makes great commentators. Rashid certainly is observant. I don't know about a great commentator or not, but he is definitely observant. Quick running between the wickets here.
I'm trying to impress you. It hasn't worked so far.
I'm not going to take you out for dinner. Don't impress me.
Meanwhile, this has been a good partnership so far.
Impressive is the word.
Oh. There you go. Some feedback coming in and some learning as well. Slower in the air. That's been just tucked towards the onside by Mohammad Asif. He's very watchful today.
Rashid somehow, says things about me that make me feel older. Nonetheless, that's another over gone. Nicely bowled, although a 4 coming from it. And it's just 1 wicket down for Fujairah here.
18.
Salman Khan is going to be on strike. Salman, as Asim pointed out while we were in the break, is a very underrated batter. I think he batted really well in the last game. Got a 50 to his name. Down the ground. Oh, masterful stroke. Stand and deliver. And this is Asif Khan this time around. Beautifully played. Getting on top of his toes here. Playing with a straight bat. On the rise. Perfect shot.
Oh, excellent shot over the bowler's head. The safest area to hit that kind of a shot. And not trying to overhit it. That was key there. Playing it on the up. He didn't want to keep it down the ground. Excellent shot to start the over. It was a rather sedate start for Team Fujairah, and they're definitely making sure they take control of proceedings, not let the bowlers settle down, keep them on their toes. And Asif Khan is one man who can do that on the pads. That's been clipped towards fine. Matiullah gives it a chase, fumble, but there will only be a single.
A good fielding from Matiullah. Covered the ground very quickly. What I love about Asif Khan is, as Rashid was pointing out as well in the last over, that he doesn't try to overhit. Sometimes big hitters of the ball, they try to give it their everything. Using the long handle, throwing the kitchen sink at every delivery. And not Asif Khan. He likes to time the ball. And that's what I love about Asif Khan. And that is why he can bat up the order, down the order. He can bat with the tail as well. He's a proper batter, mind you. Doesn't like to slog too much as well. Although you would see 1 or 2 shots that he would slog a little later in the innings if he stays back. But when he starts his innings, he's pretty watchful. He's trying to do everything technically correct, which is always great to watch from a big hitter.
Absolutely, and Asif Khan is looking like a different Asif Khan today. He's itching to take strike. He's not trying to overhit, like you said. He's not trying to go for boundaries, but he still wants to take strike and make sure that he keeps that end intact, face a lot of more deliveries with the new ball, and not let that pressure crawl up to his partner at the other end. Salman Khan, who's on 5 of 7. Has been played down the ground with a horizontal bat, and that'll run away towards the boundary. Excellent shot from Salman as well. He's breaking the shackles here. Good over coming in for Team Fujairah. Couple of boundaries in that one.
Yeah, well played. on top of his toes once again. A very different shot to what Asif played. He played it with a straight bat. This time Salman played it with a horizontal bat, more like how Virendra Sehwag used to bat in the day, letting the ball come to him and giving it a jab from close to the body. And nicely timed. Timing did the rest for him. Good over this, 9 of it already. Nicely bowled. Good defense as well. Good cricket overall.
Oh, he's a compact player. Salman Khan, like Asim said, he's very underrated. We did see some big scores coming from him, 82, a couple of 82s, identical scores for him in the start of the tournament. That's what helped Fujairah as well to win some of the games when they were missing out on key players like Rohan Mustafa and Mohammad Wasim. And that's when these youngsters really raised their hands, and which is why they've been rewarded with playing these big games. So a lot of good things happening for Team Fujairah. Meanwhile, Team Sharjah are looking for that breakthrough. Good delivery. Loud appeal.
A very late appeal from the bowler there. And that shows you something, doesn't it? That concludes the over. It's 5 gone, 27 for 1. Azhar to continue the 6th over. Salman Khan and Asif Khan. That is the partnership on the ground. There's a change in the partnership, and partnering first time with me in this game is Asim Sheikh rather. Welcome back.
Thank you,
A lot of
Faizan.
Asims and Asifs. One Asif on the ground, Asim in the comm box.
Thank you, Faizan. Goes up and above. What a welcome here from Asif Khan. He goes over extra cover for a maximum. Brilliant hit. It was over pitched, meant to be dispatched, and played it to perfection there, Asif.
That's how you welcome Asim to the comm box.
Thank you, Asif Khan.
Much better job than I did. Nicely played. Beautifully played. And that's the Asif Khan we know. He can just change the course of things in a matter of 2 overs. Brilliant player. Hugely experienced. And again, and the result is going to be the same. It's even better this time around. Coming almost at the comm box. You could see us in the background there for a fraction of a second, I might add. So you might not recognize which is Faizan, which is Asim.
Well, thank you, Asif. I thanked you enough. You don't need to do it twice. 2 in 2 here. Intentions pretty loud and clear from Asif.
And again, is it going the distance? It does. Wow, what a welcome to Asim by Asif Khan. 3 back-to-back sixes. This is the Asif Khan we know of. He can change the game in a matter of minutes.
Well, the last thing that he'll do is hit another one, which will hit straight at the comm box. Got all 3 shots executed in that area outside the off stump, which is difficult for many batters to pick and hit. Extra cover is not easy shot, but Asif Khan absolutely brilliant there.
Similar balls, similar shots. In an arc of around 10 meters, 20 meters. All the shots. In comes experienced Mohammad Azhar again. Pulling his length back just a little bit this time around. Bowling it on the pads. Asif respects it, plays it down towards mid-on and a dot ball. So they are up and running here, Fujairah boys. 45 for 1 after 5.4. Every single time Asim comes into the comm box, something happens. Either it's wickets or it's runs.
Well, certainly Asif proving me right again. Proving you right again, rather. Defensively played, pushed it down the ground, single taken, heel keep strike. 6 overs gone, 46 for 1.
So that was the previous over for you. 3 back-to-back sixes, 1 straight, then a little bit towards us in the com box, and then towards our left. And this was the most difficult shot of them all. Beautiful over that for Asif Khan, and 3 back-to-back amazing hits. It was tossed up. He invited Asif Azhar to go for those shots, and Asif was up to the mark there. Change in bowling. Matiullah comes into bowl for the very first time.
Starts off with a no ball. He'll have to re-bowl that one. And mind you, the best part about that welcome is that all 3 sixes getting hit towards the extra cover. That is the area where I love to play as well.
Asim trying to tell you that he was a brilliant batter through your side. All class.
Well, Asif knows that well.
You batted with him more than once.
Well, certainly.
Batted with him more than once, certainly.
Well, it was pure pleasure to be at having the best view on the ground. That is at the non-strikers end when Asif goes berserk. Meanwhile, Matiullah will start a spell again.
Free hit. Hit hard. Losing his shape there, Asif. But, oh my word! That's one of the poorest fielding efforts that I've seen in the field, not just today.
Well,
That's 4.
he lost his shape and so did the fielder. Have a look at it. This is the best angle you can actually assess what went wrong. Well, he just overran by a mile.
And just could not come back in time, Ataullah. Big man on the square leg fence.
Well, I think he was going with that natural trajectory of the ball that it would go swivel away from him. And I think there was some patch on the outfield that held the ball and held its line.
You're seemingly good friends with Ataullah as well, I can see.
Well,
Trying to defend him on a very poor fielding effort.
I was
there.
about to come back that I'm not defending him. Well, these incidents happen. That's basically why the experienced campaigners like Ataullah had an error in judgment there. Went in. Usually when you see the balls being flicked away on the onside, they go in with that curve and just missing his just misjudging it.
Defense galore from Asim. Cut away. That's an attacking shot. That's nicely played into the gap. 4 written all over it.
Ataullah can't do much about it.
Because he's not there. Nicely played. On top of the ball this time around. Not trying to hit it too hard again. Asif, so back-to-back 4s coming in here.
Well,
That's
Asif,
a very poor start for Matiullah.
well, when the fielders let you down, it becomes very difficult for you as a bowler to make a comeback. And that was one such delivery, which could have been dot on any other given day. But Asif just played it to perfection in the gap.
Nicely bowled this time. Closer to Asif. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Brute of a shot there. All timing once again. Fayaz, the captain this time around, getting to the ball. And 2 easy runs for Asif here. Very poor start to the spell for Matiullah. He's given away 11 in the first 4 deliveries already. 2 fours, a no ball and a couple then.
Well, the shot, Faizan, it just felt as if it's going to go to the short extra cover fielder. Was a push that was played to perfection. They got 2 runs out of it.
It was more of a defensive push rather than going for runs.
Speaks a lot about the quality of the bats these days.
And his forearms. Asif Khan has big forearms, I can tell you that. Nicely played. Head on top of the ball. Transferring his weight onto the front foot. Not committed on the front foot. And a good comeback delivery from Matiullah there. 57 for 1 after 6.5. This is a very good start for Fujairah. There were a couple of overs there after Mohammad Wasim's wicket. I thought if they can get another one in those overs, could have been a different story altogether. But defending 179, I think this is a poor start for Sharjah.
Well, certainly. After getting that early wicket of Wasim, they just couldn't apply pressure. Again, a very good delivery. Nicely punched. No chance for the skipper. He gives up to that chase. And a classical shot there from Asif Khan. Into the gap and gets a boundary.
Yeah, that concludes the over as well. It's 61 for 1. There you go. Look at that shot. Beautiful. On top of his toes. And playing it with a straight bat. Didn't try to hit it too hard. How many times have I said this? I think already the 7th time that I'm saying this. Because this is what Asif Khan does to you. Nonetheless, 7 gone, 61 for 1. Salman Khan on strike after a long time, drives this one beautifully through the covers. Asim said that he is a very underrated cricketer, Salman, and he shows you how and why.
Well, certainly top shot there, playing inside out, and the beauty about that, he played it down the ground. He did not play it aerial. That makes it a lot more beautiful to watch. Play it all day long, that will still remain at the top of your playlist.
Seems like a playlist for Fujairah here. Every other bowler has been taken for runs. This time it's Nadeem who comes into bowl. First ball welcome to the boundary. And then a single for Salman. And knowing Asif, he won't try and run for the second here. He wants the strike. He wants to take strike because he's going all guns blazing. 40 of 25. Very quickly on to 40 of 25, mind you. And he was on 13 of 13, I believe, at one point of time. And 7 of 12.
Well, that over from Mohammad Azhar set the tone for Asif's aggression, and from there on, he just never looked back. And he continues to go berserk. Look at that, straight over the side screen, no chance for anyone. All you need to do is a spectator.
Yeah, amazingly well played. Waited for it, hitting it very straight down the ground, straight as an arrow here. Beautiful shot. For a moment, I thought maybe he has mistimed it. Then I realized it's Asif. He doesn't mistime any. Even if he mistimes those, they go beyond the boundary ropes.
We definitely need to check his willow. Got a new sponsor to his name.
His will and his willow are both looking good here.
Rightly said. And have a look at that. Short arm jab into the pavilion, into the dugout of Fujairah. Well, are you watching? That's the question through that 6. Gets to his 50. What a knock here from Asif Khan. 52 of 28. And he's just taking the game away from Sharjah.
Absolutely. So enjoy this stint of commentary from me because I don't think I'm going to come back here. The way things are going.
Well, he has switched his mode to a T20 format. Look at how he's batting here with ease.
And again, 3 sixes in a row, is it? It is not time to perfection. Somebody is getting underneath, got his hands. And as I said, I pointed out when he mishits those, even his mishits go beyond the boundary ropes. 3 in a row once again. A very expensive over from Mohammad Nadeem comes to an end. He's given away 23 in his first. And just like that, it's 8 overs gone, 84 for 1. Look at the replay once again.
Oh, getting underneath that one. That was in the slot. Asif is definitely not going to miss that. And the funny part about it is that he realized that he got to his 50 now. There was a big shout from the dugout coming through and he celebrated after crossing his 50 already. But nonetheless, he's going berserk. All guns blazing.
Brilliant knock from Asif. Already 6 sixes to his name in 58 runs. And I've stopped counting the 4s, mind you. It's 6s that show against his name here. There's a change of ends for Mohammad Azhar. And I think it's a good idea to bowl him from that end because Faraz took all his wickets from that end itself.
Well, I wouldn't have been surprised if they would have got Harsh Desai, the ambidextrous bowler, could have posed some sort of questions. If not, at least you know how you got to go about things. You have to try something different. The different that they've tried is get Mohammad Azhar from the other end.
Driven down, nicely played. Inside out once again. It was pitched onto the leg stump. Goes towards long off for a single. Asif comes on strike once again. Quickly on to 85 for one after just 8.1. That's our crew. One of the commentators, Rashid, there as well. This is up in the air. It's going the distance and gone beyond the ropes, almost on the ground, adjacent to this one. That's another huge six from Asif Khan. He's making short work of this game.
Oh, look at that. He's into a different mode altogether. And immediately Khalid Shah coming and checking his bat. What is he playing with? Is it an iron rod or is it a cricket bat?
You remember those bats that came out in the early 2000s? Granite bats? Graphite bats, rather.
Well, didn't get a chance to play with them, but Asif Khan definitely showing what they would have been like. Well, this is a massacre from Asif Khan.
Absolutely. A lot of players would require those graphite bats. I don't think Asif does. A lot of players would require a small ball to give that spring to their shots. Not Asif Khan, I believe.
Well, one of those incidents that you could recollect is the myth that happened around the 2003 World Cup finals. Ricky Ponting, that knock against India. There was that huge rumor that was spread around that Ricky Ponting batted with a graphite bat,
Yeah.
spring in his bat.
Asif waited for this one. He is at 7 sixes already. Looking for a single there, Salman. Asif is not going to run for it.
Out of all those rumors, Faizan, there was one thing which was a fact, which was Adam Gilchrist using a squash ball in his gloves.
That's exactly what I was mentioning. And that was, I think, in the finals. Ricky Ponting's was in the semi-finals.
No, Ricky Ponting was in the finals. This was of a different incident. Meanwhile, the story continues. Sixes galore here at the Malik Stadium, and it is just looking like a highlights package here.
Forget me, I think even Rashid won't be able to come back and comment upon the game again. What a shot. 8th 6 against Asif's name. 70 of 32. It's got even further than the last one. So again, 2 sixes in this over. Mohammad Azhar bowled 10 overs for 16 runs, picking up 4 wickets in the last game. Look at the scorecard here. He's bowled just 3.4, given away 40 runs and has picked up a wicket though.
Well, this is just about bowling at a player who is roaring high on confidence. Asif Khan, he's just going all guns blazing at Sharjah. Well, that kept low. The intent was to go over the extra cover region, not bouncing to his liking there.
Certainly was going for the shot again. So he's not going to hold back, that is for sure. And he has already taken the game away from Sharjah. It's just a matter of when now. Plays it down the ground on the last ball of the over. Retains strike. And Asif is going to be on strike again. Take a look at our crew. So those are the people who are responsible to bring the game to you. Ahmad there, Zia there, Rashid, our co-commentator there as well with his back towards the camera. He's camera shy. What can I say?
But you would
And
definitely
Yasir as well.
definitely be asking questions there. Will I be able to get a chance to get back in the com box?
He would be sulking about it. Sulking about the fact that he left the com box a little too early. Couldn't enjoy the fireworks there.
Oh my goodness, this is massacre. This is brutal hitting from Asif Khan. And definitely the question is easy to answer. Who is the King Khan of cricket here in UAE? It is definitely Asif Khan, who's made a mark, who's been making a mark since a very long time here in the domestic circuit.
Absolutely. King Khan of batting and the Sheikh of comments sitting right next to me.
Well, you just can't write off this man on the other end. Salman Khan, he's a man to watch out for in the coming years. And mind you, with the kind of domestic talents we are seeing of late, with these youngsters coming in from Pakistan, from India, likes of Salman Khan, Nasir Faraz, Abuzar Tariq, Mohammad Afzal. These, we are just waiting for them to complete their time. These are raw talents that have produced some quality performances over the period of last 1 year, and they've been consistent. That's the key.
Played from the middle of the bat once again, into the gap once again, hit hard by Asif Khan. No fielder there at mid-wicket to stop that one. That's 100 up in very quick time in just the 10th over. 9.1 overs, in fact, 102 for one, and Asif Khan has quickly reached 75 of just 35.
Oh, this is brilliant batting here. Look at that, one leg away, and he does this when he gets into that groove of T20 cricket. When he wants to attack, takes one leg away and keeps beltering the bowlers for runs.
You talk about watching out for young cricketers. I think it's a very good future for the UAE cricket with the kind of talent that has come in. You talk about youngsters who are very young in the game. There are a lot of players who are playing in the Dubai side, the Blues side. All those under-19 players have immense talent as well. There's already a 16-year-old playing for the UAE side, Ayan. A lot of players, and in fact, I'm waiting for the day Usman gets into the side. It's going to be a very formidable UAE team in that context. If you think about it, Mohammad Wasim, Usman Khan, Asif Khan, all those amazing players in the team.
You know who's going to be putting their papers down, or maybe the toughest job on hand would be for the selectors to pick players and to do justice, and will be very tough ask there in the years to come, because the kind of domestic talent we are seeing here off late in UAE is tremendous.
Absolutely. Matiullah continues. Another good ball. Back-to-back good balls. Short stuff coming in from Matiullah, and this one bounced just a little bit. Trying to hoik it away. And that last shadow practice that he did was better off, I think, playing the uppercut.
Shadow practice is the best thing that you can do. That is the best shot that comes out.
I have got 30,000 runs doing that. Talking about 30,000 runs, there's going to be a change in Combox really soon after these three deliveries. A man who's made 33,000 plus runs in domestic cricket is going to take my place. This one has been flicked away, straight to square leg. This time on the fourth ball of the over. Not fair, Asif.
Well, just trying to give Salman some chance. He just doesn't want his blood
Trying to
cool
give
down.
Salman the strike for one ball.
For two balls.
Two
rather.
balls, wow. No, it's been great partnership and great cricket, and we are having some fun, of course, because it's out of Sharjah's hands here, genuinely speaking, because if someone plays that kind of knock, you're not going to come back into the game easily.
And Faizan's around, you just need to find opportunities, find time for some entertainment that just comes out. The ball to go in the first power play, and we have already got 103 runs on the board. Not the start that Sharjah was expecting to this game, especially after the early departure of Mohammad Wasim. They would have wanted to get on top of things, but they didn't know what mood Asif Khan is coming out with, what he had on his mind. Looks like he has a flight to catch.
Nicely bowled by Matiullah. Almost a Yorker there. That ends the over. And the guy who was itching to come into my seat gets an opportunity. For a moment, he thought that he might not get to comment on this game. He's going to join you in just a bit as I take your leave. Asghar is going to be here in a bit. It's 10 overs gone, 103 for one.
Ata has been brought back into the attack. Enough of Mohammad Azhar, says Fayaz Ahmed. And as Faizan takes a break. Joining me in the comm box is Asghar Khan, the man with 33,000 domestic runs, almost getting closer to his 100th ton. And welcome back, Asghar.
Thank you so much, Asim and Faizan Khan. You brought me big time. And just enjoying the way Asif Khan has played. 76 of 38, and Salman Khan on the other end just hanging in there, accompanying Asif, and he whips one pass square leg for another boundary. This has been carnage from Asif Khan this evening.
Certainly, he moves on to 80 of 39 balls, and it is a 50-over semi-final of D50, and he is just demolishing the bowlers. Look at that. On one leg, that Natarajan shot comes out of Asif Khan's blade. Brilliant batting.
Terrific. He's got a new sponsor. The other day I saw him with the bat maker at 6 or 7 bats in his hand, and he was going through. He said, these are hell better bats than before I had, and certainly showing today.
Certainly making a mark immediately. That's up in the air. It's in the gap. Will it go all the way? Doesn't look like it'll sink in. Just a couple of runs that will bring Asif back on strike. There was always this argument when myself and Asif used to play for the same team, who takes the number 11, because I used to have the number 11 as well.
Anything special about number 11?
It's just that I've been using it coincidentally, just a random number that I started my career with, and I've stuck to that.
Well, these players are often superstitious, whatever they feel comfortable with it. And Asif, my word, what innings he's played. I think it's just about his mindset. The day he wants to have some practice. The other day he was 20 out of 35 deliveries, hardly played any shot, and we were saying he's gone into a bit of shell. Today he's unleashing it in totally dramatic fashion.
Certainly. Just come out, expressed himself. It looks like he has, after getting under 200 runs to chase, he would definitely take that. And I think after the first innings, he has booked his flight to Salalah for a one-day trip. A quick short break before the finals.
Wow. That's some news. And 11 for 1. Salman must be enjoying from the other end. Asif Khan's fireworks. And he will be looking to just be there. And Asim 180, even in a 20-over game, with likes of Mohammad Wasim and Asif Khan against you. As a captain or as a team, you got your work cut out. And Sharjah definitely were under pressure coming into this run chase.
Oh, certainly. We have seen Nelson bringing wickets, and that was a peach of a delivery coming in from Atta. Equally respected well by Salman Khan, who has been kept silent on the other end. 15 of 16 deliveries for him, but he's had the best of the views.
Best of the views, but from the non-striker end. That's the best view, someone going like this. He's only faced 16 deliveries. I'm sure he is eager to get on with it as well.
Oh, that goes past the edge, that pitched, and this slight hint of movement coming in for Ataullah. Just not the kind of performance Sharjah was expecting out of the semi-finals. They started very positively, toss going in their favor. It's just that they could not capitalize onto it. Was expected to have some performances coming through from Fayaz Ahmed, CP Rizwan. Khalid Shah definitely played very well alongside Usman Khan, but just that they did not have those contributions coming in the middle overs.
Short delivery, he's a brilliant puller of the ball, Salman Khan. I've seen him throughout the summer. He's been terrific when it comes to anything fraction short. Great shot.
Brilliantly picked up their short delivery, and he had two fielders, one at the long leg and one at the square leg. He played right in between them, knew where he's implementing the shot. 11 was gone, 115 for 1.
115 for 1 after 11, and in our first stint with Asim, we were thinking 340, 350, the way Osman and Khalid set up the game, that carnage in the first 6-7 overs. Imagine, we would have loved that sort of score on the board, and Asif Khan going berserk with another 200 runs to go. That would have been, much more entertainment.
Well, woods and shoots are always something that we expect. It's just that the reality right now in front of us is that Sharjah collapsed and collapsed pretty badly. That's being tucked around. A single taken on the very first ball. A very non-Asif approach there.
Not very often I see Asif Khan picking up single of the first delivery. Normally he's looking to whack few in the first 3 or 4 deliveries.
Certainly, and a very unusual way to pick up a single. It was outside off, and he just got into a very uncomfortable position to play that single. On any other day, he would have glided that towards the third man.
Maybe he wants to give impression of his defense to us that, yeah.
That's how you go about business, gliding it down towards third. A dab from Salman Khan. Basics in place here for this young lad, and a bright future for him.
Very compact technique, good head position, very straight back lift, and he goes forward and back so easily. Easy on the eyes as well. And he's someone who plays the spin well. Normally you see a lot of openers, good players are fast bowling, but then they struggle against the spin, but he's a complete package to me.
It's down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. Well, yes, talking about Salman, he's one of those rare players where it's very difficult to choose whom he's more comfortable against, fast bowlers or spinners. But the way he controls his innings, the way he manages his pace is something which is phenomenal.
Yeah. He belongs to KPK back in Pakistan. Plays a lot of domestic cricket there in the second 11. And he will be looking to also make a mark in this coming edition, looking to get picked in some of the franchises in the PSL. And big future for UAE. Well, it's all down to him, the way he decides what's best for him. But certainly the UAE future looks, especially in that batting department, looks very, very strong and bright.
Exactly, that's what you were talking about, especially with Faizan a few hours back, is that likes of Abu Zar Tariq, who came out, showed what sort of talent he is. Abu Zar Tariq, Salman Khan, Nasir Faraz. You have Usman Khan, who's shortly due to make his mark in the UAE team. When these boys come in, it's going to be very difficult for the selectors to make a mark. Meanwhile, that's played up and above towards the backward point region. Will get a boundary. So Asif continues after being silent for a few balls.
Yeah, again getting onto the front foot, opening his left leg and slashing it past over point. That's typical Asif Khan for you. Room offered, and he's created a bit of room as well. Matiullah just erring on the length.
It's a typical modern day, the UAE domestic style of slogging. You take one leg away, and then regardless of where the ball is, you just go with the flow. If it's outside, you just slash it. If it's within your stumps, you go on to the onside.
Very few can do it better than Asif right now. He's been doing it for so many years. As he works this one, terrific running as well. Testing his legs. The other day he was there in the gym with his trainer, certainly working for him.
Oh, absolutely. Look at him scream through for that double. And Asif has immediately moved to 90. Now, looking at the score, anyone would predict that it is Salman who came in at number 3 position. But it's not the true fact. It is Asif who came in at number 3 after the departure of Mohammad Wasim. And look at how he has dominated this innings. 90 of 45, batting at a strike rate of 200.
Even if you are in the best of form of your life like Salman Khan, it's very hard to dominate while Asif Khan is the crease to really go past him. He's been magnificent. 90 of 45, strike rate of 200. As he guides that one, that is a terrific shot. Great placement, another boundary.
The question remains the same. Was he gliding it for that boundary, or was he gliding it for that single? But played it to perfection, gets a boundary, and was placed. Look at that. No chance for the fielder. The Timing was perfect on that one. Nadeem couldn't chase that. 12 overs gone, 128 for 1. Harsh Desai has been introduced. I think just delayed in getting him on the attack. I believe should have come in at the around that 8 over mark. Tosses it up in the air. Just a single coming through, and Asif will be on strike.
Yeah, Asim, the way Asif was going, I think you can't have bowlers bowling consistently to him and getting carted around the field. Well, he's on 94, one shot away. He's someone who likes to hit those sixes. If he's in the slot, he will go for it. He's going over long off. The man is there. He's gone on 94. Would you believe it? Asif Khan, against the run of play, goes for that glory shot to get to his 100. Caught on the boundary for 94. And that may have hurt the fielder in the chest.
Well, Qamar Rawan just looks in pain. That initial impact would have been straight onto his chest on the... Look at that. Oh, yes. Definitely that would have hurt. The eventual result going in favor of Sharjah, but Qamar Rawan looks in pain.
That must have really hurt him.
He's not very muscular, mind you. Very skinny.
Skinny guy, and that went through his hands into his chest. I hope he's okay. Gets up, that's a good sign. Physio takes him out. But what innings from Asif Khan comes to an end where we were not expecting that.
Well, we were expecting him for the glory shot, and he went for it, but just result not in his favor. Would have fancied his chance. He would have got 100 there. One-sided affair, and I think the area that he chose should have been wider, maybe going inside out, because the ball was tossed up in the air. He had enough time, could have taken a step forward and played it towards extra cover. Have a look at that. It was tossed up. Was it? I think he went a fraction too early onto the shot.
Yeah, Sim, and once again, see Harsh Desai getting that breakthrough, a huge wicket. A lot of credit goes to him as well by tossing the ball up. Not easy when a player like Asif Khan, who's going berserk like that, to go after when you're bowling like against him, to toss the ball up. So that will really boost his confidence.
Absolutely. Wicket on the very second ball, and that too of the set man, Asif Khan, would definitely roar him with confidence.
As Asim was saying before, the Harsh should have been brought on to the attack a little earlier. Certainly has done the trick. Look at the talent of the man. He's going to bowl right arm off spin to Mohammad Usman. Asim, you got your wish. Perhaps a bit too late for Sharjah.
Well, you've got to experiment. When you're experimenting an experienced campaigner like Mohammad Azhar to come in from the other end, you could have probably experimented Harsh Desai, because you're banging onto him. He has picked up a 4-4 also in the tournament. You have to have that sort of a belief if you're playing him as a spinner. He's a young talent, and you never know. They might try to underestimate him, go after him the way, his Sharjah batters went against Farazuddin, and he found success for his team. That's exactly how you got to rotate your bowlers and try to find success, experiment. Even CP Rizwan wouldn't have been a bad option either.
Yeah, Asim. Sometimes you need to think out of the box. And certainly with that wicket, the chances of Rashid Mohammed getting into the com box are very bright now.
Possibly. With things just going a bit slow now, with Asif Khan's departure, yes, the proceedings might take a bit longer. Not sure if there is any more juice left in this game for Sharjah, but they would try to give it a fight. They would not want to give it away so easily.
They want to take some positives and get some youngsters like Harsh Desai into the game. Nicely played once again by Salman. 13 overs gone. It's 131 for 2. Mohammad Azhar coming back into the attack. Been really expensive this evening. Been taken to cleaners by Asif Khan. Certainly have the opportunity now to get his figures some respect back. He's got a slip in.
Well, Azhar has been brought back. I think I would have just fancied giving it to CP Rizwan maybe, with the kind of variations he offers. He tosses the ball up in the air, drier conditions. He has those leg spinners, those googlies. And you have to do something out of the ordinary now.
Absolutely, because this all orthodox stuff hasn't worked. Only 50 odd required here, less than 50 now as he works this one to the gap. Someone like CP can buy you 1 or 2 wickets very, very quickly. The way he throws the ball, as you mentioned, above the eye.
Certainly would have been an option that they could have gone against Asif Khan as well, because the kind of turn is on offer on this track. Maybe CP Rizwan could have helped Sharjah get a breakthrough where Asif was intending to go big. He would have fancied his chance nonetheless. But those are those moments in the game where you'll have to capitalize on, and you have to think ahead. You have to have your plan B, C, D in place. And more importantly is the question that you need to ask yourself is when to execute.
Absolutely. In a low scoring game like this, you have to think out of the box and do something different. But so far, the things Sharjah have thrown at Fujairah, nothing have worked. That innings from Asif Khan has almost now it become like a dead rubber. Strange things happen in cricket, but they got to happen very, very quickly for Sharjah. They got to play like bring everybody in the circle, ask the batsman to go over the top, and if the game finishes around 20th over, so be it. But this is poor. Very loose there by the Fuseman at mid-off. But that will open up an opportunity for a good stint from Rashid Mohammed.
Quite eager to have Rashid back. Rashid, where are you? Can you hear us?
No.
He thought the game is over. He's on the bike. Nicely worked away. And I would like to welcome Rashid in the com box to join us for the next over. 14 overs gone. It's 134 for 2. आ जाओ यार Rashid.
14 overs gone, 134 for 2. We're back after the drinks break, and it is the man with the golden arm who has struck here for Sharjah is continuing, Harsh Desai. And man with a melodious voice has joined us, Mohammad Rashid.
Melodious, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one. Thank you very much, Asim. Well, this is about almost done and dusted. Fujairah just walking away with the game. That innings from Asif Khan. Unfortunate, he couldn't get to his 100, but nonetheless, an excellent innings and an excellent shot coming in from Salman Khan in the gap, and that's run away. Not a good delivery from Harsh Desai.
Switch of roles to provide the blockbuster show here. It is Salman Khan who has taken the charge on. It was a full toss delivery, meant to be dispatched and played it in the gap. Perfectly executed. Looks like a different Salman, what we see in a T20 edition versus a 50-over format. Very compact, very composed. And more importantly, he's just not playing those aerial shots.
Well, that's a very good sign of a very good player. If you can adapt to different formats, it always tells you how classy you are. And at the moment, Salman Khan is definitely showing his class and his temperament as well. Troubling signs for Team Sharjah. Wide, and that's been cut behind, right in front of point. Cover sweeper will cut it off, but they will only manage a single. Excellent game here from Team Fujairah. First with the ball, the way they came back into the game after that carnage from Khalid Shah and Usman Khan at the top. And now with the bat as well, that intent, positive.
Well, isn't this something which speaks volumes about the kind of experience that Fujairah has? They've just implemented that. They've just backed their temperament. They've held on to their nerves. And this is what experience does to you, is the ability to react to certain situations, be positive about it, start believing in your team as a unit. And that's exactly what Fujairah has done, and they've been successful.
Well, absolutely. But I thought Sharjah, with the kind of experience they have in the middle order, I thought they would have made a better choice of shots. And but you can take nothing away from somebody like Faraz Khan, who was just superb with the ball. That delivery to Mohammad Nadeem, well, that's one delivery that a lot of us will not forget for a long time.
Well, certainly, and they have had those poor shot selections, which the players themselves will to be blamed for. Meanwhile, end of 15 overs, we'll continue that discussion. Sharjah, Fujairah are 141 for 2.
Mohammad Azhar, he's been brought into the attack and he's been dispatched for a maximum. Very first delivery over the bowler's head, over the side screen for a huge 6.
Well, he has switched from the Dubai end to the far end, back to Dubai end, but the fortune remains the same. He's been belted for runs here, just not the ideal outing here for the left-arm spinner.
Well, he hasn't been able to bowl in the right areas, I feel. He's been either too full or too short on different occasions. He hasn't been able to get that turn which Faraz was generating in the first innings, and that can be one of the reasons why he's trying to, get that rip in, try to spin the ball away from the right-hander, and in the process he's bowling just a tad bit full. And Salman Khan, with the kind of form he is in, that was an excellent shot. He's raced off to 36 of 30 deliveries, 147 for 2 Team Fujairah, and this looks like the writing is on the wall for Team Sharjah.
This time picks the cow corner, goes for a maximum, back-to-back sixes here, and looks like he has adapted to the approach which Asif Khan had against Mohammad Azhar. He is going all guns blazing against the left-arm spinner.
Once again, 2 full, that slog sweep coming out. Excellent shot, good connection, and the power of that on that shot by Salman Khan took it over the boundary rope for another 6. 153 runs. What a way to get to 150. And in no time, in just 15 overs. And now it feels even if they had 400 runs, this would have been a very interesting chase. Dot ball. Rare dot ball coming in from Mohammad Azhar. He's been belted all around the park. 56 runs in his 5.3 overs. And Salman Khan races off to 42.
Well, if we have anything to chase under 5 and over on such a track, the batting side would always fancy their chance, especially under lights, where things might just fall in favor if the dew comes out. And they have executed themselves pretty positively, pretty strong, and pretty determined to put curtains onto the proceedings for Sharjah in the Emirates D50 2023.
Oh, absolutely. Some wonderful cricket being played. Oh, goes for that sweep. Is it pad first? The ball is running away towards the boundary. Osman will come back for the second. Well, we'll just have to wait and watch what the decision from the umpire is. Probably got that inside edge. Yes, that's what Shami maybe reckons.
That's off the bat given by the umpire. He's shell-shocked here. Does he want to go upstairs?
That's not an option. Oh, that was really close. Probably a very thin inside edge, which is the reason why that hasn't been called.
These are those close calls wherein you actually feel the need of sneako in the domestic circuit as well. 16 gone, 156 for 2. Through the gate, rather ricocheting off his foot, and going to the mid-off region, will scamper through for a single. Looks like Sharjah has given it up already. I think just about the question to be answered is how soon?
How soon? Oh, absolutely. It's been an absolutely wonderful day for Fujairah. Clinical performance coming in. Emphatic victory it would be if they don't lose any more wickets. They've got 8 intact and just about 20 more runs, 30 odd runs.
Well, 23 to be precise.
There you go. We've got the man calculator in the commentary box.
Meanwhile, the man who has calculated things pretty nicely is on strike. Mohammad Usman, the skipper of Fujairah. He has been phenomenal leading the side. Star-studded side, I'd say.
It's always the case, isn't it? Fujairah, they've got some stars in their side. So does Sharjah. Not to take anything away from them, but look at a team like Ajman. What a performance!
Well, they've played as a unit since last 1.5 year, and that's exactly how things have paid dividend for them. Initially, the same Ajman heroes were playing like villains for themselves. And suddenly, when they get to play together, they have outperformed every opposition that have come their way.
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant shot, meanwhile, coming in from the blade of Salman Khan. That was a full toss on the pads, and look at that. Placing it to perfection. No chance for any fielder. Add 4 more runs to the total and to his tally as well, and he's raced off to 48 of 35. Just 2 more runs to get to that milestone. Well deserved half century for the youngster who's been phenomenal in this tournament for Team Fujairah. And with all that star-studded side, he's made sure that he maintains his role as an opener.
That's been pulled handsomely in the gap. An effort being put in by Matiullah, but all in vain. Will get a boundary. Salman gets to his 50 here. Rather, he's just too short of his 50. Well, he's got to his 50 now after that boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Salman. Look at that. Going onto the back foot and playing it in the gap. Brilliant shot. Complete control of that. And didn't eye for that maximum. That was the key.
It was an excellent shot because it wasn't all that short from Harsh. still went to the back foot and generated a lot of power to beat the fielder there. Back-to-back boundaries and excellent ones. Smartly done. Fuller delivery that's been punched towards the long off, and they'll pick up a single. Now they're getting closer to that total.
One step into the finals already here. 17 gone, 167 for 2.
Well, that's the Fujairah dugout then. They're very calm, very happy, enjoying the day, and rightly so. They've done a wonderful job. Played really hard in the first innings. A member of the Sharjah team as well with them. So that's good to see everybody enjoying the game. Umar Ali Khan has been going on with his songs throughout this run chase.
Well, right from the moment they've got their break, and might as well you have completed a playlist of about 180 minutes when they were out there in the fielding. And Salman now realizing that he has got to his 50, raises his bat to the dugout. Top knock. With Fujairah one step into the finals already. And if we put a suffix out there to all, suffix or a prefix out there to both the teams who are almost into the finals, it's going to be a battle between United Ajman versus Fujairah Superstars maybe.
Absolutely, you got that right. That's one name they can use. Meanwhile, that's been cut. Fielder missing out, and that's running away towards the boundary. Doesn't have the legs to go all the way, but they will certainly pick up 2 more runs. Hilal Afghan, the young baby Rashid Khan, not playing today, but he's definitely a talent to reckon in the future.
Well, certainly very impressive. Baby Rashid Khan, a proper name there for him. Stepping down, hint of turn there for Azhar.
We're into the 17th over. This is roundabout where Faraz was introduced into the attack, and he started turning the ball. And now we see Azhar coming into this over, and he's getting the ball to turn. Oh, that turned sharply. There you go. This is what I was saying initially when I was having that stint with Faizan. I thought that Mohammad Azhar was brought into the attack a little too early. With the ball not turning, the batters would take advantage of that, and they certainly did that. And now he looks like a very different bowler altogether.
I feel he was stretched a bit too long. Especially just switching around ends rather. Getting him from the Dubai end first, then from the far end, then from the Dubai end. But the eventual result has remained the same, has been taken for runs. This performance doesn't speak about his quality for sure, but it's just about how you got to use your bowlers smartly. Goes inside out. Chance for the fielder, but just to fetch the ball from outside. Was played to perfection and played over the extra cover region for a biggie. Brilliant hit. 18 gone, 177 for 2, and we're just 3 short away from Fujairah getting into the finals. Oh, look at that. They're already celebrating Umar Ali Khan. He doesn't need a DJ. He sings on his own, he dances on his own. He's a complete entertainment package for the team. And to talk about entertainment, the one who provides entertainment early in the morning is out there with me. Faizan, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Asim. Yeah, just 3 more runs required. So Rashid has gone to complete his duties as a presenter for the post-match presentation. What a performance this has been. They've gone about things at almost 10 runs and over, through and through. And a very good day, not just for the cricketers from Fujairah. This is over here for Sharjah, and Fujairah walks into the semi-final. And that is exactly what they do, walking into the semi-final, because this was like a cakewalk for them. Absolutely amazing performance coming in from them, bundling the team out before their allotted 50 overs, and now in just 18.2 overs completing a victory. What a great day for us commentators as well. We get a chutti very early in the day.
Well, in just a matter of 60 overs, both the teams, the game is done and dusted. And Fujairah just batting 18.2 overs to win this game. And look at that, they are excited to get into the finals. It will be the first game of the tournament for Fujairah that will be repeated in the finals. They'll be playing Ajman, where they face their only defeat in the tournament. And they'll be out there for another exciting battle. And it is a confident-looking Mohammad Usman alongside Salman making their way back to the dugout there. A confident Fujairah side came out ruling the roost and was pretty sure of what they wanted to do. Even during the toss, Mohammad Usman was really confident, wanted to chase, gave it the reason that dew might be a factor, but dew hasn't come out. They went all guns blazing and won this game pretty convincingly.
Absolutely. Great performance. And I think two of the best teams from the tournament getting into the final as well because, as you pointed out, Ajman not losing a single game, and that is why top of the table and directly qualified for the final. And now Fujairah with this demolition of Sharjah. Sharjah, mind you, looked like a very, very good side before today's game. And in fact, even today, in the first 15 overs, they were looking like a side to reckon with. But lost the game completely, lost the script completely once Farazuddin came into bowl. And the way he bowled, I think he's the man of the match for me. Take a look at the batting card, not much here. Mohammad Wasim started really well, 9 of 8. Salman Khan, what a knock from the youngster, 60 of just 39 deliveries. Asif Khan, he was the man who took it away. And unfortunate that could not reach his century here, 94 of 47, but this is how he plays. And Mohammad Usman, all he needed to do was to keep a calm head and rotate the strike and let Salman do the rest. Usman, 13 of 17. So that's how the batting card looks like. Bowling card, not much here again, because they had gone at almost 10 runs and over in their chase. The Fujairah boys, Ataullah, 4 overs, 31 runs. Mohammad Azhar, he would want to forget those 69 runs being scored on him of just 7 overs. And a lot of sixes, 3 of them back-to-back, setting the tone of this game by Asif Khan. Matiullah Khan, 3 overs, 33. Mohammad Nadeem, 1 over, 23. And again, taken apart by Asif. Harsh Desai bowled decently well, I believe. Picked up the other wicket, apart from Mohammad Azhar. 3.2 overs, 25 runs and picking up a wicket, going at 7.5 a piece. With 5 extras in 18.2 overs, they made a short work of this total here from Sharjah, the Fujairah side.
Well, it was sheer demolition coming in from Asif Khan in that run chase. But mind you, even if Asif would have scored 150 runs, that performance from Farazuddin will definitely stand out. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the highlights there. It was Mohammad Wasim who started off going big after the bowling before he was held out in the deep by Matiullah of the bowling of Mohammad Azhar. We thought that there is some juice there in the game, but not until Asif Khan arrived and he started beltering the bowlers for runs.
Yeah, there were some great runs coming in from Salman's bat as well later on when Asif departed. These were the 3 sixes, first of them, the second of them, and this set the tone of the chase here. And one very close to us as well. Brilliant from Asif Khan, and he continued for a long time actually, going at more than 200. That was his strike rate, one of the better shots that he played, on top of his toes, hitting it beautifully. And this one was even better than the last one, mind you. Some great shots. Again, look at that, all timing from Asif. He was brilliant, didn't try to hit the ball too hard, and that was not the only time he hit 3 sixes in an over. Again, he did that. And this time to Mohammad Nadeem. Those were the 3 sixes that he hit. One too many down the ground. Those were the 3 sixes, in fact, for Asif Khan against Nadeem. And then just one too many down the ground. Kamarawan injuring himself on the way of taking that one. Asif left and Salman continued. What a valiant 50 coming in from Salman as well. Brilliant knock from him. I think this is the catch from Asif. Kamarawan taking it easily, but hit his chest on the way. And then it was all Salman from there on.
Well, certainly Salman continued that from where Asif left, switch in intent, and continued with that sort of a momentum. Looks like they had a special prize for scoring at 10 and over and winning the match, putting curtains onto any sort of hopes that Sharjah might have. It's just about, again, as we always mention, it's about how soon, then who will. And it was Fujairah that outperformed Sharjah, convincingly winning the game by 8 wickets.
Maybe it was already decided that they were having a party tonight. They wanted to leave early to get ready for that party they're going to have tonight. This was fantastic to watch. Absolutely amazing display of shots. Second innings was really entertaining. It was as if they were chasing 190, 180 in just 20 overs, and that is how they played this game through and through.
And imagine the party was started in the ground itself with Umair Ali Khan with his dance moves, celebrating and enjoying every bit of it, so that when he hits the place, he goes and starts to enjoy his food.
Absolutely. Not just Umair. Asif joined him in some dance moves. Rohan as well. Mohammad Wasim was really happy listening to those songs. Absolutely amazing to witness today, the way Fujairah won this game. We are going to go into a break here, and after the break, we'll be back for the presentation. Stay tuned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the Emirates D50 2023 powered by Fan Code. This was the semi-final of the tournament. It was between Fujairah and Sharjah. Sharjah winning the toss and electing to bat first. Couldn't get a big total on the board. 179 was all they could muster, and easily chased by Fujairah, winning the game by 8 wickets. Joining me in the presentation party, I've got Mr. Iftikhar Ali, who was the match referee. And well, we had some more notable performances in this game. There was a 94 coming in from Asif Khan, but the man who made sure that they restricts them to a low total was Farazuddin. Mohammad Farazuddin managed to pick up 6 wickets, an amazing performance by the youngster, giving away 20 runs. There were 3 maidens in that performance, and he bowled all 10 overs. Excellent performance from Farazuddin, making sure he wins this game for his team. We'll have a few words with Faraz. Faraz, first of all, congratulations. Big match and a big performance.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, it was the right moment to perform. I think, as I mentioned last time, that if you have to break the door to get in the team. So I felt that even 2 wickets, 3 wickets are not enough. So I had the right moment. Alhamdulillah, it took 6 wickets. So I felt that this was the right moment for it.
Right, and we thought initially the wicket was going to play better for batters, but when you came in, you started turning the ball after the 15th over. What was the mantra behind that?
I think the wicket was helping. First, I thought that even we felt that it was a very flat wicket, but then when I started bowling, I felt that there was a little turn. So obviously, with the guidance of Wasim and Rohan Bhai, they told me that you can leave it a little bit. which will help me on the wicket. So that's the thing. Yeah.
Well, that's what we liked. You were varying your pace quite nicely, getting the ball to turn as much as you were. It was nightmarish for the Sharjah batters. Tell us about your future as well. What are you thinking about going about in the future?
My mindset and my goal is simple, that I just want to make UAE proud, perform at the highest level for UAE, and win UAE games, inshallah, and hopefully we qualify for the World Cup.
Right, all the best in doing that, and see you in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, that was Farazuddin. He was the player of the match for the game tonight. It has been an amazing tournament so far. The semi-final is done and dusted. We have another game coming up, the big finale on Monday. Do join us for that. And at the moment, we are done with the post-match presentation. Till then, goodbye and good night.